knows vodka. Yeah. Hello and welcome everyone. Here is Andy. Here is our bonfire, and today we're back to Rue Valley, part 2. Not sure whether we are gonna finish the game today, probably not. I think the gameplay is longer. Probably will have 3 streams in total about the game. At least that's what I think. Anyway, how long is Rue Valley? The pop-up on Google says a lot of initial reviews are mentioning 47 minutes of game time. I guess it's AI being fooled. Well, There are no answers. What? The gameplay length of Valley varies by playstyle, but the main story takes about 3.5 to 5.5 hours. Completion is strong, can take around 10.5 hours. While the average for all playstyles is approximately 5 hours. Oh, okay, so we technically can finish it today even, but we'll see. Let's load where we stopped yesterday. It was, I think, somewhere at the start of the day. Yeah, we don't have any inspiration points. We have the book. We have the key to our room. We have the lady, who I think...
How can I help you, Mr. Harrow?
Doesn't have any more information for us. So what do we do? What do we do? Suppose we have to drive north and explore things there. Very strange music. Took us 3 minutes. Now let's go past the bridge and walk to that other inn that we visited yesterday. How many minutes will it take? Your ears are pierced by a ringtone that you swore to change years ago. Answer the phone.
Hello, sir. Am I speaking with Eugene Harrow?
That's me.
Well, Mr. Harrow, I am so pleased to have finally reached you. My name is Percy Rugger, and I'm a senior sales executive at Ulterior Paralegal Exploits Consultancy. We'd like to offer our help regarding your case.
Yeah, I have a question first, if I may.
But of course, Mr. Harrow. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. At your service, as they say.
Why does it seem like you are reading from a script? There is a momentary pause, followed by a slightly nervous chuckle. I want to make the music less loud.
Mr. Harrow, you're quite an observant individual. I can assure you there is no script. It's just the nature of our business to be precise and to the point.
Your fake company exists only as a part of this elaborate show that I'm part of, doesn't it?
You are asking the right questions, Mr. Harrow. Almost too close to the truth they don't want you to prod at. But me? I am not an actor. No, I'm a senior sales executive, and my company's aim is to help individuals like yourself.
The text says something different. We aren't the ones that are fake. No, we are legitimate consultancy and our aim is to help individuals like yourself. Why is it still so loud? Because I didn't press confirm, right? Save.
We are on your side, if you know what I mean. And my only goal is to get you out of there, but also to hopefully secure substantial compensation for the psychological trauma you've endured since they unjustly forced you to participate in that horrible brainwashing program. But Mr. Harrow, please try to relax. It will all be over soon. Do not despair. We will find a way to get you out of there sooner rather than later.
Could it be he's genuinely trying to help you, but he's waiting for you to spell it out first, perhaps due to legal considerations? It's worth a try. Mr. Rugger, am I in a reality show?
An excellent question, Mr. Harrow. That depends. Have you signed up for a reality show lately?
The only thing I signed recently was the motel's guest book.
And you have read and understood what you're signing, including the small print?
Just as you suspected on the surface, it's all genuine and acceptable, but somewhere beneath, deep in the bowels of administrative orders and rules, there is a clause. Of course not, I'm not a lawyer.
You're not, Mr. Harrow, and that's why I recommend you choose Ulterior Paralegal Exploits Consultancy as your advisor of choice. Now, back to the important stuff. If my information is correct, you have recently been unjustly forced to participate in a treatment which, in our opinion, may have consequences not aligned with your best interests.
You mean the psychotherapy?
Mr. Harrow, let me be frank with you. I have no idea where this true valley of yours is, but we will work together to put an end to this undue response to your, well, unique situation. I mean, we have only known each other for a couple of minutes, and I can already see what a strong-willed individual you are. You know what you want, and nothing will stop you from getting it. So I presume you're ready for the next step in our cooperation?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I would rather decide later.
I completely understand what you're trying to say, Mr. Harrow. To make things easier for you, I'll simply write down your general consent here and forward your case to my colleagues in our paralegal department. They'll contact you shortly. Well, Mr. Harrow, it was a colossal pleasure talking with you. Juice!
If you have a chance to say anything, the phone line is already dead. Right. Wait, it takes 19 minutes to walk all the way. That's a hell of a lot of time. Wow. Okay, I'm now soaked. But I have more time than last time, which is a good piece of news. The flower. Let's get into the car. Unlocked fancy sports car. Go to the motel, get in the car and drive south. Get into the car and drive north. Why don't I have any options, I wonder? That's weird, but okay. Anything else? Let's have a look at the camera again. Smile for the camera. Just smile, you can do better than that. Give them the face of disapproval. Nose away and up high. Arms tied in a perfect knot. And a razor-sharp thumb to complete this body language cursive posture spelling of I don't like this. And is this all I can do? Yeah. Defend the cam. Stealth edition, defending stealthily. Alright. Let's get inside. The annoying sound from the arcade machine is both repulsive and inviting. Who's that? And where is our... What? He was supposed to be here, or he hasn't arrived yet.
Those protein shakes are starting to cause permanent damage, Travis. You can't seriously suggest that I just let her do whatever.
Hey, just trying to help and give you a different angle.
Believe me, I've considered every possible angle.
A token appears in her hand and starts spinning from finger to finger. Then she turns toward you, her eyes a pair of icy daggers.
I understand this is a public space, but this is a private talk. Move exactly 5 yards away and let us finish.
The bartender gives you a look that's a heterogeneous cocktail of "I'm sorry, bro," and you kinda deserved it. Wasn't trying to eavesdrop, honestly.
Yes. And Travis here wasn't trying to explain to me the things I already know.
Heterogeneous. A very interesting word. You can't help but wonder, is this her normal self or is just tonight special? Well, this is the owner, apparently. Best not to disturb them right now. Luckily, you're in a time loop. Next time, you can try a more inconspicuous approach. I'm gonna try the piano now while she's here. An old-looking piano seems older than other furniture in this bar. Oh, a new thought, by the way. A new thought. This controlling lady with a big hat. Huge hat lady seems to be a bit of a control freak with a razor-sharp tongue ready to lash out at anyone, you included. She is Robin's mother. She has some kind of a token that she constantly twirls in her hand. Right. What about this door? The door stands firmly closed, the sign "Stuff Only," almost daring you to step inside. Sure. Locked. Oh, okay. Right. Out of luck then. Can I use the chair? The chair invites you butt cheeks and you can't wait to casually lean on the bar. What if I do that? With a squeaking friction between your pants and the leather seat, you place yourself on a surprisingly comfortable chair. Wait until something interesting happens, get up. No, I'll get up for now. Now, this is something you haven't seen in a long time. An old jukebox, the kind that hums softly like a sleeping animal. To top it all off, it plays CDs. The best part is still on, still glowing, still alive. Look at the CDs in the jukebox. Every CD is an album, and judging by the layout, they are listed in the exact order they were fed into its hungry metallic gut. Smoke and Ashes by Mudflower Brigade, Broken Headlights and Half-Smoked Dreams by Lila Ra and the Drifters, Quantum Lullabies by Dr. Octavius Paradox Ensemble, Midnight Shift by Patty Gold. Let's go one by one. This one. Featuring the infamous hit Gutter Saints, the anthem of 2023, played everywhere until your ears bled guitar riffs. You hated that song, not at first, but it became background noise for the year you tried to forget. To be honest, it was a rough time. I was juggling a lot of shit. Okay, next one. Oh, life spins vinyl and skips tracks. You just try to keep up. No way, you know this one. This is your childhood. This is family road trips, old highway lights sliding past the window like ghosts. Is everything right with the sound? Looks like yes. They used to play this in the car all the time on repeat. This was old school even back then. No one makes songs like this anymore. Let's go with number one. Nostalgia wraps itself in music. It's not just an album, it's a postcard from a life you didn't know you missed until now. Quantum Lullabies. You remember this one? Experimental sonic chaos packaged as genius, raved about by critics. It's kinda embarrassing to admit, but you wrote an article about them without listening to a single track. Alright. Not my brightest professional moment, I guess. So I'm a journalist. At least you admit it. Regret is the entry fee to the hall of grown-ups. You are getting there. Midnight Shift. Never heard of it. Most likely some ambient filler, the kind you put on when there is no crowd to keep the silence from echoing off the walls. Could be a hidden gem. The only way to find out is to listen, and isn't that true for everything? Now comes the hard part, deciding which album to play. Well, I guess the last one. I didn't Hey, says the lady. Who gave you permission to touch that jukebox? Haven't you read the rules? I didn't see any rule against using the jukebox, which is a lie. Well, now you know. Turn it off, politely if possible. Stop the music. The silence hits you harder than expected. It clings to your skin, in your mouth. The aftertaste is bitter, ash and iron, and yet it was worth it. Sometimes you have to poke the rules to remember you are still capable of shaking the walls. I gained an inspiration point. Well, that was a meaningful interaction, it looks like. Even though the writing is a bit half-inspired. Okay, on top of here, well, it almost feels like a location from Disco Elysium. The top of the inn. But it's empty now and there is nothing here to look at. Let's get back. Let's get back. So the rules we have examined. The machine. Play the game to kill time. The piano we cannot play. And these lads I cannot interact with, right? Okay, let's sit on the chair and wait until something interesting happens. It's hard not to be distracted by the woman's intimidating appearance and the bartender's muscle ratio, but you manage to let the time pass. Right. After a while, the lady ends her conversation with the big guy and starts to leave. As she heads up the stairs, Jason Burns, completely drenched, appears in the entrance. And as he takes a seat at one of the tables, you realize it's 8:43 p.m. 4 more minutes until the sky sets ablaze. It's unlikely something else worthy of note will happen before then. Yeah, that's right. Best to use these 4 minutes here. Best to wait until the end. Every minute counts. Wait for more minutes. No, I will wait. I will use the minutes. I'll get up. And so to him I cannot talk, but I can try and talk to the lady. Maybe she is gonna be there. Yes, she is. Can I talk to her? She stares far into the distance. I must say she's quite curvaceous as a character. So...
Hey, welcome to Kuiperbelt.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to say, but you know me, but of course he's forgotten because it's another day. He is still annoyingly full of
I'm
life.
Travis, and you look like you could really use a drink.
So, that lady seems a bit prickly. Is that normal for her? Make a big hat over your head gesture.
Yeah, she's tough. No question about it. In every sense. She can lay down the law, push you around when she feels like it. And I'm alright with that. It's part of what pulls me to her, along with everything else.
So, someone built like you, drawn to a bossy woman? That's interesting.
Strength. It's never equal. And it doesn't manifest in the same way in two people. Anita, she's my counterpart in that sense. We fit together like jagged pieces of a puzzle. But today she's been cruel, cutting me down in ways that don't align with that balance.
I know. I felt her wrath firsthand too. Instead of answering, he just nods, lost in thought, like he's turning something over, weighing it quietly in the depths of his mind.
Hey, mind if I ask you something? I could use a fresh set of eyes on this.
Should...
As you probably figured out yourself, it's about how Anita's been acting today. I can handle her being tough. Everyone's entitled to a rough day. But it's not every day you find out someone you love just pulled a huge sum out of your bank account. And even that I could tolerate, but when I asked for an explanation, all she gave me was a trust me.
And you don't trust her because... of what exactly?
It's not that I don't trust her, it's just... that's not like her. It's out of character. So what do you think of this whole mess? Any ideas?
Definitely. I've got plenty of ideas.
That's great to hear, because I'm confused and could really use the help. What do you think is happening with Anita? And don't hold back. I could take a punch.
Maybe she's planning to start her new business to be fully independent.
Considering how much she's put into Kuiper Belt, I seriously doubt it. You don't throw yourself into something like that if you're going to bail. Not saying it's impossible, just not very likely. Still, with what I know, that's as good an idea as any.
There's only one way to be sure what's going on.
Confront her?
Yes, but with a witness.
You're right. A direct approach is usually the best way to deal with these kinds of issues. I'm going to sort this out right now.
That's so. Okay, we are going upstairs, I guess. You stirred something, that's for sure. So after the conversation with the bartender, she goes to the roof at 8:43 p.m. Your name is Anita with double T Lopez. Jason Burns, you saw him at the Kuiper Belt, completely drenched. Anything else? No, not really. I'm upset. Something is brewing in your stomach and it's not a delicious meal. Whoa. And when did I get upset? When I sifted through the albums? I missed that point. So what am I supposed to do here? Call Ben, he might spill some Anita beans. Huh. Check available Wi-Fi connections. You see a single Wi-Fi connection strong and steady, like a beacon in a digital haze. However, Outernet station hides a signal behind the password. Someone around here ought to know it. Look around for the password, might be posted somewhere. Ask the big log behind the bar for the password. I can look around. But I mean... password should be somewhere around, the game thinks. No fun allowed, period. Oh. From the book's cover, a woman shrouded in a deep veil of shadow smiles at you, secretly, seductively, her face mostly hidden by an intricate golden mask. Above the woman, the title, Lilith, revealed. Below the author's name, T.J. Samsom. Take a look at the book. As you look at the book, the shadows behind the woman form the outline of a face, all smile and teeth. Read the first couple of sentences. Tonight the fumes of Dirtside smelled worse than ever. Lillian lost track of how many weeks she was being forced to spend here, among the downtrodden and the discarded. If one wanted to disappear from the face of the earth and the long arm of the law, there was no better place. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Read the blurb. After her last case ended with a terrible discovery and an escape from the clutches of injustice, Lillian finds herself on the streets of the Grey City. Friendless, moneyless, but not aimless. She fights to control her second self and find out who framed her for the murder of so many prostitutes. Leaf through the first couple of pages. Just your usual first page stuff, publisher, printer, copyright owner, and on and on and on. Why do they even print those things? On the second page, the author's dedication again to Rosemary, both thorned and sweet. Take the book. One man's trash, another man's treasure, and it's 1 minute to the end. So, are we talking or what? No, we're not. And I cannot ask him for the password. What if I kill time until the loop ends? As the half-decently written words carry you through the story, your internal clock nudges you back to reality. That's enough for now. Yeah, nothing is happening. You're getting used to this. A fire in the sky, loud noise. Your typical Sunday. What will happen if I wait? Nothing. Nothing is happening. 8 o'clock. I mean...
Still with me, Mr. Harrow?
Yes, I have a question. I have a question about this reality show we are both part of.
Reality show?
Fleshy eyebrows raise up as he nods slowly.
Please elaborate.
Are you a real psychotherapist, or do you just pretend to be one for the show? He maintains a calm demeanor. This is probably not the first time he's heard this question.
Mr. Harrow, I assure you that I am a licensed psychotherapist with all the necessary education, supervision, and experience to do this job. If my word is not good enough, the evidence surrounds you.
He points his finger toward the wall where his diplomas and certificates are hung.
I know that sometimes it's easier to deal with situations like this by questioning everything, including my capabilities. However, I assure you, I'm capable of helping you with your troubles, and together we can work on improving your life together.
Do you exclusively play supporting roles?
That's very nicely put, and I'm glad that you feel that way. Yes, I do try to be as supportive as possible towards all of my clients.
What I meant to ask was whether you always take on minor roles like you do in my show.
It could be said that therapy is just an episode in one's life series. So the therapist role is usually considered to be a minor one. But how much screen time someone gets in one's life is often superseded by the influence they have on it. So we've yet to see how much of a role I'll play in your life. Now, I have a question for you. Why are you all of a sudden focused on this life is a show metaphor?
Because I figured everything out and I insist on getting the answers? Or it's not a metaphor?
I have to admit, I don't understand. Could you elaborate, please?
He's trying to tire you out, make you give up. Insist on the questions. How much time really elapses between me being knocked out and the moment I find myself waking up on this couch?
You simply got lost in thought, Mr. Harrow, for no longer than a minute. It's not a big deal. You've been going through a lot lately.
He's playing you like a fiddle. Ask him a question he won't be able to purposely misinterpret. All the people in Rue Valley are just hired actors, aren't they? His furrowed brows and slightly tilted head indicated a genuine sense of confusion, as if he is trying to unravel a perplexing riddle of piece together a puzzle that has confounded him.
Please, calm down. You're overwhelmed by stress and are not thinking clearly. We better stop here and continue tomorrow. You should go and check in at the office. Your room is probably ready by now.
This is ridiculous. This is getting you nowhere. All of the actors must have been specifically prepared for answering specifically this kind of question. Well, time to start ripping apart the scenery then. No use, they just repair it or replace it at the end of the loop while you're knocked out. Well, I have to stop being... the only thing they can't easily replace is you, so I have to stop being me. Perhaps try being a little bit less you for a start. A minor bodily alteration will be difficult to undo by the people running this place even while you're knocked out. So if you wake up and it's still there, or if they've patched it somehow, tried to hide it, yeah, that's a pretty good idea. Exactly, best to do this in your room. It's the easiest place to fortify if others try to stop you. Besides, you packed a razor, didn't you? Right, let's go outside.
Come on, you thief!
Fix the machine.
I'll break you open if I have to.
Sure. Wow, nice. I don't know how you figured it out, but... Oh, thanks so much.
I have a question about Anita.
Sure. Anita? She's the queen of hospitality here in Rue Valley.
I don't get it. Why is Anita the queen of local tourism?
Well, she was running the motel with Uncle Benny back in the day, and now she opened a bar with that hunky dude from Bothwood.
The text says from Grey City. Anyway, back in the day...
Yeah, well, back when they were still living there, happily ever after. Nowadays, they're split, or more like cleaved clean down the middle. I don't think Kuipers is raking in the big bucks, but considering no one else is doing any tourist stuff around here, that kind of qualifies her as the queen of tourism.
What's up with the hat?
Nita always dressed like that. You better believe it raised a few eyebrows, or a few dozen eyebrows around here. But ever since the divorce, she cranked it up to 11. I don't know. Maybe that midlife crisis or whatever, or she's finally a free woman and can do whatever she wants.
Aunt Nita?
That's a very long story, and I'd rather not talk about it right now. Let's just say we're related. Kinda.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome?
So we got some updates. Robin. Her parents are divorced, and Anita is the owner of the motel along with her ex-husband. Right, and there is minor bodily alteration. Requires 2 points of our inspiration. Whoa, that's a lot. That's a lot. I'd like to enter Frank's room. So let's commit to that. Just requires 1 point. The receptionist loves talking about keycards. Maybe you could check with her. Yep, let's go and try and ask her whether we can get it.
Sure, put them on.
All the attention of the girl behind the counter is occupied by the ongoing phone call. I'd like a word with you if it's not a problem. Whisper apologetically. She looks at you and at first seemingly
Listen,
ignores your
I
plea,
have to-
but
I have
several
to go
moments
now, so
later you
let's,
hear her saying,
Oh, hello, Mr. Harrow. How are you? Are you ready to check in?
I'm ready to... do you know Anita? She gives you a sideways glance, but whatever provoked it, she lets it slide the next moment.
Sure I do. I mean, as much as anyone can say they know their parents.
She's trying to keep an air of indifference, but there's stale bitterness in her words.
But I get why you didn't make a connection. We don't look alike, like, at all. Just the other day, I looked through some of the stuff she forgot here, and there was this camera. I saw Anita young, real young, and we look nothing alike.
Who knows what secrets are hidden in there? Might be worth looking into, but Robin's certainly not going to tell you where they are.
No wonder, really. Everybody tells me I'm the spitting image of my dad.
Well, what do you mean your mom left some things here? And more important question, unspoken, where are they?
Yeah, there's a whole box of it down.
Suddenly stops, her lips pursed.
She forgot some of her stuff here when she left us. After the divorce, you know. She's running that Kuiper Belt bar up the road with her new boyfriend Travis. But before, yeah, this was a family-run operation. Though it would be better to say she was running things and Dad just followed her orders. Oh man, Anita would never allow me to install the key cards.
I take it you don't like Travis.
Oh, no, Travis is a decent guy. My problem is with Anita. To be honest, I don't understand why she left us. I guess I never will.
She doesn't call her mom. But your dad stayed.
Ben, he's running the motel now, and I'm helping him. Which means this is still a family business, despite Anita walking out on us.
You're aware you've been calling your mom by her first name throughout our whole conversation?
Yeah, Dad tells me it's edgy. Look, I know it's stupid, but somehow I feel this need to hurt her a bit, and maybe calling her by her first name does that.
Oh, that's very conscious and self-aware. My applause.
Don't get me wrong, Mr. Harrow. She's my mom, and I'll always love her, but she decided to walk out on us. On me.
Though?
Mom still calls me every day, still pushes me to do the things she thinks are best for me, and I know she's pushing Dad the same way. She doesn't have the right to meddle in our lives so much, because everything changed.
Dark cloud ripples across her face and she closes her eyes. For just a moment, her lips tighten and then her eyes open.
Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Harrow? If not, I have some things to take care of.
Yeah, I'm ready to check in.
All right then, let's get you into your room. So, number 6, the last one on the second floor. Everything is ready for you. And this is your key card.
Whoa, a key card? Goad her on.
That's right, a key card.
She barely contains her excitement.
You were expecting an old-fashioned key, weren't you? Well, we've decided to modernize for a number of reasons.
You did because of aesthetics. A modern look on a 90s retro door is such a unique look.
Yeah, sure. We don't exactly have the funds for a large-scale renovation, but small details like that make all the difference. Besides that, there was a more practical reason. The guests just kept on losing their keys. It was exhausting, and my dad didn't like the cost of replacing so many locks.
That must have made a positive impact on your budget.
It will, eventually. We're still paying for the locks, and will be for a while. Regardless, the new system is still totally worth it.
So you had no issues so far? No malfunctions of any kind?
Not once. But even if something happens, we got like a literal tome of a manual. I thumbed through it. It seems to cover all the possibilities. And I know what you're thinking. I hope she didn't leave the manual behind an electronic lock.
So, did you?
Don't you worry a bit. It's safely tucked away in the storage room with the other manuals and warranties and whatnot.
The storage room, huh? Might be a good idea to read through that manual. Perhaps it could help you find a way to somehow open Frank's door. Well, you must have spent days researching which model to pick.
You have no idea. It was tough, especially since I had to factor in the cost too, because
She lowers her voice, almost whispering.
the business hasn't been doing well financially lately. But we got here in the end. Now our keys are just pieces of programmable plastic, and we already saved some money this way.
Can you program the cards here?
Goodness, no! Do you know how much that equipment costs? Whenever I need a new key, I have to take a card to a company in Bothwood. They take care of it in minutes and get me the card back.
Oh shit. Bothwood is an hour's drive away.
This makes my life so much easier. No more stressing about whether to change the lock or risk that lost key falling into the wrong hands. How great is that?
What happens if there is an emergency right now?
Oh, well, that's easy. I have a master key card that can open any lock. So when I'm cleaning before a guest arrives, or if there's an emergency, I can open the door no problemo.
Ah, master key card. Perhaps you could find out where she keeps it?
So, if you don't have any more questions, Mr. Harrow, here. I'll just need your signature.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm here if you need anything. Enjoy your stay.
Right. Let's look at the mental cabinet. So, Anita Lopez, she was the owner of the Motel Inn with her ex-husband, and she still has some of her stuff at the motel. Travis is Anita's boyfriend. Robin complains that Anita is trying to control her life. Find Anita's old stuff. Somewhere in the motel are Anita's long-forgotten things. Maybe they'll shed light on her past. Luckily, Ben isn't only motel manager, but also Anita's ex-husband. Surely he knows where her old things are. Robin Fleming. Feels like Anita is trying to control her life. She has a master key card which can open every door in the motel. And about the room. The receptionist told you there is a master key card that opens every door in the motel. You could pretend you lost your key card and ask her to open your room with it to see where she keeps it. There is a detailed key card system manual in the motel storeroom. If you read it, you may come up with a way to unlock the door without a key card. Let's go to the storage room first. Search the box labeled documentation for the lock's manual. It holds several unmarked ring binders, forgotten and carelessly stashed away. They are overflowing with papers. Also documents of various sizes, some haphazardly shoved into plastic file folders, are simply piled on top of one another next to the binders. Check the documents. Lo and behold, close to the top of the pile is the manual for the door lock. Its pages are crisp, wide, and unnervingly pristine, standing out against the time-worn binders that clutter the box. Decisional check. Search the manual for any useful door opening tips. Too calculated. I don't understand this skill box check, skill check. What's wrong with being too calculated? Okay, start reading the first chapter, Introduction and System Overview. The introductory chapter is filled with the usual platitudes about the brilliance of electronic locks, particularly the model used in the system, Secure Lock 2.0. Okay, I'll remember that. Next, the manual outlines that the keycard system is designed to function seamlessly with power grids that adhere to the QMS 1100 standard, ensuring reliable access control. Check. The rest of the chapter features no specific information of interest. On to the next chapter then, installation and configuration. The section dives into the nitty-gritty installation instructions, wiring diagrams, and meticulous schemes for hooking the door up to the grid. The provided wiring diagram in Appendix B must be cross-referenced with on-site configurations to ensure that redundant power lines are isolated, otherwise the primary lock may malfunction intermittently, especially under conditions of high electromagnetic interference as defined in section 6.7. The grand diagram is sprawling across several pages like a folded poster. Unfold the wiring diagram in Appendix B and look at it in detail. So many lines and shapes tangled together. It's a maze of circuitry that makes your head spin. The complexity is overwhelming. Maybe the puzzle's just a bit too tangled for me. Maybe this is exactly the insight you needed. Hunt for a solution further down the line. Among cryptic symbols and lines, you notice a familiar term, QMS 1100. Wasn't that the standard mentioned in the first chapter? It is, but you're still not sure what exactly the QMS standard is or why it's important. Right, on to the next chapter, operation and maintenance. This chapter explains how to properly operate the lock during everyday activities to prevent malfunction or damage to the system. It's imperative that routine maintenance incorporates a thorough verification process to ascertain the persistent compliance of the power grid with the stipulations of QMS 1100, as this is crucial for sustained alignment with the operational standards set forth by the system. Again, it repeats so often, too often to ignore it. It's clearly important, so you'll want to keep an eye out for it as you sift through the rest of the text. Next, it explains that the lock is hooked up with either Detect Sense 2100 single or Detect Sense 2100 multi-key card readers. They should be kept clean at all times. So which variant is used in this case? According to the side note, both variants can manage up to 128 doors. The single variant employs one card for all doors, whereas the multi-variant supports a unique card for each individual door. Okay, this must be the Detect Sense 2100 multi then. A few paragraphs are committed to compatibility with access card V5 keycards and forward compatibility and access card V6. Seems like the system uses access card V5, but whenever you are ready to upgrade to the sleek aluminum-like design of V6, you are all set. It's good to know. The system should be regularly checked for potential issues, the most common being lock shorting and sensor override. Look for the definition of sensor override. A few paragraphs down, it hints, almost offhandedly, that in theory, prolonged exposure to a stroboscopic light source could trigger a reset in the lock. Never mind, I don't think I can find a stroboscopic light source anywhere nearby. No chance, another data. Search the manual for an explanation of lock shorting. The explanation drones on. Lock shorting is rare if you got a QMS compliant grid. It doesn't bother to explain what lock shorting is. It's tossed around like common knowledge among locksmiths, something you are supposed to just get. The paragraphs blur together, numbers swimming in your vision, fatigue starts to accumulate behind your eyes. Fear begins to creep in. What if this manual is just beyond your comprehension? Let's keep it up, I got this. 2 chapters left. There has got to be something you can use. Read through the next chapter, Security and Advanced Features. The most prominent of the advanced features is the latest version of the anti-burglar system, something called Intruder Alert Pro, which should be connected to the local authorities and configured accordingly. Intruder Alert Pro. Okay, next. In accordance with the QMS 1100 standard, an embedded emergency feature facilitates the automatic disengagement of the locking mechanism during power failures, ensuring a return to its initial operational state upon restoration of power, thereby maintaining systemic integrity. this again. The standard has to be the solution. All this reading is paying off now to figure out what the standard is and how to use it in your benefit. You continue, page after page, eye scanning every line, every word, hoping for an answer, but nothing else is worth your attention in this chapter. Okay, one more chapter left, the solution must be there. The final chapter, called Compliance and Standards, might just hold the answer you're looking for, the details on QMS 1100 and how to use it to crack that lock wide open. Read it all from start to finish to get the whole picture and see how QMS 1100 fits in. After an avalanche of paragraphs filled with legalese, you slowly begin to understand what the QMS 1100 standard is. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with opening the lock without the keycard. Shit. The fear you staved away comes roaring back, dragging a tidal wave of despair with it. You gave it everything, laid it all out, and for what? Nothing. You've had enough. Just shove the manual back in the box and let it gather dust where it belongs. Intention updated. Enter Frank's room. Let's answer the phone.
Hello, sir. Am I speaking with Eugene Harrow?
That's correct.
My name is Percy Rugger, and I'm a senior sales executive at Ulterior Paralegal Exploits Consultancy.
I have a question.
But of course, Mr. Harrow, I'm here to answer any questions you might have. At your service, as they say.
Have you been feeling like you're stuck in a time loop lately?
If I'm honest, maybe a little. I feel like things have been repeating themselves lately.
Could you be more specific?
Well, the last hour seems to last forever. The endless waiting for customers to answer the phone, the exhausting exchanges with each of them about their misfortune and how I can help them. Don't get me wrong, I love talking with you, Mr. Harrow. Your positive attitude towards me and my offer, coupled with your sincerity, really made my day. You're a light in the darkness.
Right, but back to my question.
Back to your question, Mr. Harrow. Well, yes, I do feel like I'm stuck in a loop. But that's part of the job. Every day seems repetitive, but you make little progress every day. Step by step, you create and recreate yourself. That's what I signed up for when I started. Now that that's settled, where were we? Yes. If my information is correct, you have recently been unjustly forced to participate in a treatment which, in our opinion, may have consequences not aligned with your best interests.
My psychotherapy in Rue Valley?
Mr. Harrow, let me be frank with you. I have no idea where this true valley of yours is, but we will work together to put an end to this undue response to your, well, unique situation. I mean, we have only known each other for a couple of minutes, and I can already see what a strong-willed individual you are. You know what you want, and nothing will stop you from getting it. So I presume you're ready for the next step in our cooperation?
Yeah, I'm not interested for now.
Of course, of course. I'll assume you have nothing against my calling again later, just to make sure you haven't changed your mind. I'll write that down here. Eugene, Mr. Harrow, it was a pleasure. Talk to you soon. Tschüss.
Okay, the phone line is already dead. That's our next conversation with him about the time loops, so we managed to discuss that. Even after carefully combing through every detail, you still came up empty. Right, time to get back to the main room. Let's talk to Robin.
How can I help you, Mr. Harrow?
I left my card in my room. Any chance you could open the door for me?
You're certain it's in there, Mr. Harrow? I mean, you haven't even left the reception desk since I gave you the key card?
Well, this is stupid. Oh no. You think I'm lying? Do you think I want to be in this position, begging for you to open the door?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Harrow, but I don't think I can help you. Do you want me to call Dr. Fink for you? I'm sure he'll see you if the situation is critical.
Right, no thank you, I'll be fine. Idiot. Next loop, at least pretend you went into your room. Maybe I should really go to my room and forget the card inside. Not. Why not? If it will put you in a mood that makes you play more convincing. Yeah, it's funny that the game thought of this. Course of events. Clever, clever. Very clever. Unlock the door and enter. Anything in the suitcase? Minor bodily alteration. Put the suitcase away. Inside here, nothing new. And now, I wonder, can I convince her that I left my key card inside my room? That will be funny if I can.
How can I help you, Miss...
I know. Not a chance. This time, not a chance. Alright, Nothing to do here. Nothing to do here. What if I sit on that other bench? Nothing happens. But time goes by. Right, let's go, I don't know, to the south. I don't like this music. And if those screens are supposed to be loading screens, then they fail their function, because what am I waiting for? What's this black screen for ages? Right, where am I? Some gas station, another bench. There are some very expensive wheels. These are, I suppose. Yeah, these are. Another dumpster. Overfloating, but what? But it wants more. Right. Another camera. Perimeter guard. Ultra secure, guarding the perimeter. Smile for the camera. Show them what you can do. Actually, just smile. Alright, but can you really do it? An honest smile? Too sensitive. I don't know how these checks work. They are so logical. You put your heart in this flow of emotions piled up from a long time ago. It's an honest, proper... Wait a minute, is that a tear? You really are a fragile creature. I'm sorry. Yes, you are. What's this? The road stretches far to the south, somewhere down that road is your home, 1,000,000 kilometers away. Am I from Mars? Or is it just hyperbole? This is my car. And over here, I cannot run there. Okay. This is the road back to the motel. Nothing here. So I guess the only way is to get inside. Oh no, there is a bench. Let's sit. Wait until something interesting happens. No. I will do that later. Let's get into the gas station. Oh. Uh-huh. That kitty? In front of you is a plain old school poster showing a tiny cat clinging to a narrow branch, paws barely hanging on. Below that precarious feline, the words "hang in there" convey a straightforward message of encouragement in heavy block letters. Interesting, haven't seen a motivational poster like this in ages. They come and go, one decade they're nostalgic kitsch, the next they're everywhere again, rinse, repeat. Who put this poster here anyway, and why here of all places? There must be a story behind it. It's one of those secrets waiting to be unlocked, and every revelation only draws you deeper. Even if the answers never come, just searching for them can fill you with a certain energy. Kitty, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. The cat looks like the type that will forgive most anyone, at least most of the time. Alright, Kitty, I'll hang in there. For a moment, you'd swear the cat winks back, only for reality to remind you it's just your imagination, but I got one point of inspiration, which is very nice. This lady,
Oh my.
she lost
Brother's
nervously.
nuts. I can't believe he hacked the security camera.
Why would he do that?
I don't know, but I bet he wasn't really even there before 8.
So you think I imagined it? I know what I saw.
No, I'm just saying, Frank didn't just vanish into thin air. There's gotta be a rational explanation.
Well, I don't have one, but I know what I saw with my own eyes.
Maybe the footage skipped into another date or something. Let's rewind a bit more just to be sure.
Well, it say 8th of August, 2027 right there in the corner, but let's try.
She starts rewinding the footage. On the screen you see a battered tow truck and a man working on a pristine luxury sedan. Wait a second, this is the careless driver that you saw at the motel.
Look, 741, and that mirror right there as I remember it. I stepped out for some air, asked Frank how he's doing.
The clock on the screen keeps ticking backward. Around 7:25, Jason Burns briefly appears in frame, walking out of the gas station in reverse.
But wait, who's that?
Just a rando customer dropped by to ask something. No idea who he is.
She is stumbling over her words. Is she hiding something?
Oh, alright. You look kind of familiar, but I must have mistaken him for someone. Well, anyway, I don't get it. Frank couldn't have just sunk into the ground.
I'm telling you, something strange is going on here. You know, my dad has been disappearing from our house lately.
What, Walter too?
Well, not like this. He just somehow escapes the house while I'm at work.
That's insane. Doesn't it freak you out?
Well, he usually comes back on his own, but he never tells me where he's been. And I'm bloody worried something might happen. He's 86 after all.
Oh, well, of course you're worried. That's crazy.
Yep, he's done it again today. I asked Alex to look for him, but he's too busy with his project to leave the house. So as soon as that roadblock is down, I'm gonna close here and go look for him.
But how does he exit the house on his own?
I don't know. We got a fancy new door, we boarded up the windows, but it doesn't help. Pops has a secret way of just disappearing. Alex has some theories.
Don't get me started on Alex and his theories.
Yeah, I know. But Frank disappearing like this? Even Alex would be dumbfounded.
She looks toward the screen.
Come on, it's not some paranormal thing. Frank's messing with us. I'm sure he's swapped the footage or something.
Even if he swapped the footage, how do you explain he's there at 7:59 and gone at 8?
I don't know, but it's the only thing that makes sense. I've known him all my life. He's up to something.
continue listening.
Brothers, right? Always pulling something.
Yeah, no kidding. You never know what you're gonna get with them.
And somehow they always manage to get away with everything.
Tell me about it. They drive you crazy, but you can't help but care about them.
Right. You try to look out for them, but they never listen, yet they expect you to be there when things fall apart.
True. To be fair, Frank was there for me for 7 long years after Mom died, when we were living at the motel. I was a difficult teenager, let me tell you, so you have to give him that. But ever since...
She falls silent for a moment.
Yeah, that changed him. You know, he's a good mechanic, but lately it's been a pain working with him. There's no such changes with Alex. He's been the same old lunatic he's ever been. A few more wrinkles, a little less hair. That's the only changes I see in him.
Well, consistency does count for something, even if it's consistently... chaotic.
Good morning, Nicholas. Good morning. How are you?
I don't think Alex could be anything else, even if he wanted to.
As you said, brothers.
Well, family is family. Maybe it's on us to figure out how to accept them for who they are.
Yeah, I don't know about that. When someone crosses my lines, I, cut them off.
Maybe that attitude is why a hot girl like you don't have a boyfriend.
It's definitely not that, trust me.
She laughs nervously. And I'm far from being a girl, Max, says she.
Oh, come on, take the compliment. I'm 9 years older. I wouldn't complain about being called a girl. So, what's the reason then?
I've been watching for half an hour or so, but again I don't want to get out of bed. Right. So, how do you feel today? Any good dreams at night? Sleep well? I wonder why they are not reacting to our character standing and listening to their quite intimate conversation, which gets more and more intimate with each passing minute.
I just haven't really been looking for a boyfriend. What about you? Anyone special?
Whew, I wish. If only I could have found someone decent and respectable. Pops would be so proud.
She trails off suddenly, leaving an awkward silence hanging in the air.
Hey, do you ever look back on something you did and wonder if you were wrong? Even though you thought it was the right choice at the time?
Well, I keep asking myself if I made a mistake every day since I quit.
No, not like that. I mean, something bigger.
She frowns.
Bigger than uprooting your entire life? I don't know. Feels like I'm already free-falling as it is.
I mean, something you'd rather people never know about, even if you had good reasons.
Yeah. Sometimes it feels like the truth does more harm than good, but keeping it quiet for too long, that's tough, or at least for me.
No, I wanted to ask if you were able to tell the difference in the accents between these two women. Yeah, that's easy. I mean, the lady at the counter, I don't know how to put that politely, but I think she speaks in the way that is usually in the way that in the movies usually is attributed to people from gas stations, some rural areas. I guess those are people who chose not to attend university. And I don't mean that as a bad thing, it's just what I know. What I have seen in movies, in video games. Like they have altered grammar, like the present simple is upside down. They say, for example, he talk, but they talks. And I met such style in books like The Witcher, for example. When villagers were talking, they talked in the same fashion. So I would say it's some kind of simplified rural English. But I mean, no offense, I'm not sure if what I am saying is offensive. But yeah, it's definitely easy, very easy to spot the difference.
Maybe that's why I'm running now. Feels like freedom, leaving it all behind, but sometimes I wonder if I'm just avoiding facing some things head on.
That lady says, yeah. Her voice is quiet, almost a whisper. Easier to run. They both fall quiet for a while.
I think the rain is letting up. Hope it'll stop soon.
She has a fox, or it's French faux, like faux pas. I think it's faux. Fake, right. Faux southern accent. There is a strong hatred for southerners by northerners following the Civil War that will never really go away. Is it connected to that term, the Rusty Belt states, or something like that?
Hey, do you sell those little croissants? You know, the ones filled with stuff?
24-hour Butterbloom Choco?
No, the ones with the vodka-flavored cream or something.
Ah, these.
She points to the package of mini croissants on the shelf.
Ah, yes! How much are they?
$9.89.
Here. Anyway, I'm glad we ran into each other, even if it was just in passing.
Yeah, everyone's leaving one by one. I get it, though.
Yeah, well, people change, things change. New faces come eventually.
Rust Belt is in the north, by the Great Lakes. They're also disliked, but for different reasons. So the southerners and the northerners is one distinction. The Rust Belt is a different distinction. Right. Why are you saying that she has a faux southern accent? Are you saying it's a fake accent, like she pretends but she doesn't have it in reality? Maybe dislike is the wrong term. Harshly pitied may be a better term. Harshly pitied. Wow. What kind of a phrase have you coined here?
Perhaps, but it's not the same. Us K's, though, we were the first to arrive, so nothing could convince us to leave. I just hope we don't die out soon.
You won't. Don't worry.
I still don't know what to make of Frank vanishing just like that.
She looks at the monitor.
I know. It's weird. Gotta admit, something feels off.
Wait, I just have to see it once more.
She starts fiddling with the footage, playing it forward and backward. Every time, as soon as the timestamp reaches 8 o'clock p.m., the careless driver and his pickup completely disappear.
It's no use. Won't find anything new.
You're probably right. Oh, the rain seems to be stopping. I won't keep you any longer. Have a safe trip.
Southern accents are a bit different, but you can tell the voice actress isn't actually from the south. Ah, right. Wow, you're so good at discerning that.
Thanks.
They share a long, silent look, the kind only possible between two people who couldn't be more different yet have known each other forever. And then, the loudest thunderclap strikes as if triggered by it, they both unfreeze, ending this heavy moment. Hey, stop. Where are you going? Stop. Wait. Don't go. Share the biscuits with me, no? I mean croissants. Alrighty. Let's look at the journal. Frank, he did not shopping. Okay, he's working as a mechanic at the gas station. He was there today, but mysteriously disappeared. The CCTV footage from the gas station shows him vanishing at exactly 8 o'clock p.m. It actually makes sense. He might have been there in the first loop, but not in any other. Then what? Then what? We have... Where is Walter? Maxine's father is missing, and Max gas lady, she has a brother Alexander, her father Walter K is missing. Maxine is acting strange about Jason the Dumper Burns, who's captured on the gas station CCTV around 7:30 p.m. You've talked with the receptionist about him. He's a regular at the motel and seems to have quite a reputation in Rue Valley, being somehow connected to Apex Ore and the failure of the Rue River Aquifer. He's staying in the motel room number 5. Right, let's do what? Let's talk to the lady, I suppose. Though she meets your gaze, the woman chews on something viciously for a few moments before she acknowledges your existence.
Welcome to Max Gas. You need some help getting gas in that city car of yours, or you want something else? We got no booze, mind you.
Why not? Why is there no alcohol?
'Cause it's my shop and I says so. That enough for you?
Yeah? What about croissants with vodka?
If you really want to get plastered, there's a new fancy bar up the road past the motel.
Right. Yeah, I do want to get plastered. I'll do that tomorrow. Okay, that wasn't a good start. I'm Eugene.
Maxine K.
She accepts your handshake and her grip is stronger than a hydraulic press.
And before you ask, yeah, I named the station after myself, Max Gas.
I get the joke. You want your customers to get max gas.
To be honest with you, I didn't give that much thought to it. The name just made sense to me. I wanted to have something of my own, and I wanted it to be known.
Life in Rust Belt can be rather harsh and breed certain types of people. It's where American manufacturing used to be, and when that was outsourced overseas, well, things didn't improve. Is that the place where there are a lot of ghost towns that are deserted and... yeah, I think I saw some... Wow! This mistake has sunk deep in my brain. A few people around me have begun to say I have saw, and I know it's an American typo, and I just have said it myself. Of course, I've seen some footage. There's ghost town everywhere. Yes. Have you been to a ghost town? I think I'd like to visit one. So, our options are, this is why I always felt like shit when I had to use pseudonyms for my articles. Is it really even mine then? And why not name it after your last name, K-Gas? No, I think I'm gonna go with the first option.
Pseudonyms? Articles? You just continued a story that was already underway in your own head.
I was a content writer and was forced to use fake names for the articles that I wrote.
I know what pseudonym means, thanks very much. And this content writing thing sounds much like lying to me, but you do have a point. One must stake a claim to what they own, otherwise outsiders just gonna take it all. I reckon this might look strange to you, but my family used to own this whole place from the mountains and the source of the River Rue to the canyon that goes to Gray City. But the only thing that's left out of all is the ranch house up north. And from the whole large family, the only ones that's still alive are Pops, Alex, and me.
A whole ranch house just for the three of you.
Yes, and? I don't know how you city people live in those rat holes of yours. Space is what a human needs. An empty space is the only thing we have left. You didn't come here to listen to me rambling about the sad history and state of the K family. What can I do you for?
What caused this outpour of reminiscence?
I guess you got me at the wrong time at the right place. Now, what can I do for you?
I'd never be able to live in a city. Ah, so that's crushed your perspective as well. So you live in a house, I reckon. Man, I would love to live in a megapolis at this stage of my life. I mean, I get really depressed when I get to some countryside because I feel like I'm trapped. But yeah, I do get it's quite personal, so I'm happiest in a huge city. I'm not sure how I'd feel about New York though, but places like St. Petersburg, Tbilisi, Belgrade, Dubai. Yeah, my city is quite big. It's more than 1 million people, but it's still kind of, well, remote, let's say. Modern, but remote. Not currently, but it's an apartment in a smaller town and of decent size for me. Ah, yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, spacious apartments are a thing. I'm really sick and tired of these classical boxes, like square. I would love something rounded, irregular, with lopsided roofs. Yeah, just because my soul is not satisfied about this box. Anyway, do you ever have a feeling of being under constant surveillance?
Oh, what now?
Surprised, she stops almost mid-sentence, but then her facial expression shows a great deal of familiarity.
Nah, you listen here. It doesn't matter how much paranoidness going on in your head, I seen more. And no matter how much I don't care about all that, fortunately for Alexia, there ain't no way in hell anyone can hack into these cameras. They're connected to this here machine.
She points to a security terminal behind her and continues.
Through a special secured router completely separated from the internet and protected by firewalls and some other technical mumbo-jumbo, courtesy of my brother's assistants.
She slows down as if to catch her breath.
So, only surveillance here is done by myself on this there little screen. Any other dumb questions?
Oh, come on, why so impolite? Do you know Jason Burns? She flinches.
Pardon me, who now?
He was here today around 7:30. A small nervous laugh escapes her mouth.
You know how many folks wander around here in a day?
Oh, come on, everyone has heard of the dump around here? The look she gives you could curdle milk, like you just dumped something grotesque right there in front of her.
Listen here, I don't know this fella, don't know him. End of story. Now are you buying something, or you just here to ruffle my feathers?
Uh-huh. Well, fine. Give me a 24-hour butter bloom choco.
Not any dime.
Well, that was a pretty emotional response for simply not knowing who you're talking about. Something's going on here, and she's hiding it. Okay. Can we talk about Anita?
Oh, you came to get her car? I expected that pal Travis, but,
Your brother seems like my kind of guy. Yeah. Well, you heard that she mentioned that he was very into, conspiracy? Security, I suppose? Comes in bond with conspiracy.
if that's the case, you came for nothing.
Why would Travis come instead of Anita?
She usually sends him. Like she doesn't want to have anything to do with us, like she divorced the whole valley instead of Ben.
Right, about the car.
What about the car?
Anita's car is here. She gives you a look like you are strange.
Yeah. Frank towed it this morning. It's sitting in the garage, and I reckon it's gonna stay there for a long time.
Uh-huh. So why did I come here for nothing?
Because Frank, pal. If I was bleeding on the floor right here, right now, I wouldn't count on him to help me. That car is not fixed, and who knows when it will be. Will it be fixed? So, yeah, Travis can come, you can come, Anita herself can come herself. Doesn't matter, waste of time.
Oh, is that bad?
Not as bad as what happened between those two during the ride.
What happened during the ride?
Don't know about the details, but when they arrived, Anita left his truck red in the face. Didn't even say bye. Frank was pissed all right, smoking 2 cigarettes at once, cursing like a sailor, left immediately after.
Cursing 2 cigarettes at once. Is that so?
Whatever they were talking about, it wasn't nice at all. They haven't fancied each other for some time now, you see.
Seems like no one can get along with Anita except Travis.
Her head is high and all, and she and her outsider deserve each other. Tell you what, I would have loved to be in that car like a fly on the wall during their ride here. It must have been a festival.
Ah, that makes two of us.
Like two flies on a horse's tail.
She winks you. What happened to the car anyway?
Anita drove to Bothwood, probably to do some errand for a fancy place up there. But her car broke down and she had to call Frank. He is the only mechanic around here. And lo and behold, her car is here to stay for a while. Or forever.
Right then, thanks a bunch. She gives you a strange look.
You're welcome?
You know, I'm trapped in a time loop. The only thing worse than the sudden stare she gave you is the excessive eye roll that followed.
Look, I ain't got no time for crazy. You either gonna buy something or move on. I got enough of this shit at home.
She looks very annoyed. Maybe that wasn't such a great idea. No, seriously, I'm reliving the same 47 minutes over and over again.
Alright, listen now.
She leans on the counter and points her finger up the road outside.
Just follow this road north and you'll reach the motel. Ask there for Doc Fink and you'll be all settled. Now either buy something or move on.
She thinks you're crazy. I get it. She nods and returns to her routine. Pretend you're just looking around. Leave. So, what are the updates? Frank. He towed Anita's car to the gas station to repair it. Maxine Case, the owner of Max Gas. You ask Maxine about Jason the dumper, and from her reaction, it's obvious she's hiding something. You ask Maxine about Jason, it's the same thing, just now it applies to Jason. And the quest. Search Anita's car. Hold to commit. Ooh. Oh, and there's something else about Anita. Frank towed her car when it broke down earlier today. So... Search Anita's car. I don't know, should I do that or should I keep my inspiration points for now? I should keep them. Let's sit on the bench and wait for something interesting to happen. Nothing interesting is gonna happen anymore. Guess because the girl has left. With break and enter when given the opportunity. Yeah, I'm just trying to be careful about my resources, and I only have one inspiration point and plenty of quests to do. Have enter Frank's room, unlocked fancy sports car, which requires 2 points. Anita's car requires 1. Another one about Anita requires 1. Body alteration requires 2. Reality show already committed to. Drive back home already no, it requires 1. So many quests and just 1 point. I guess that dream cost me a lot. I had 5 points and I spent them all. What do I do? What do I do? Report Walter's disappearance to the police. Oh, I can try and see what happens if I call the police. Bothwood Sheriff's Department, Deputy Sheriff Copp is speaking. How can we help? The man sounds bored out of his mind, like you've just interrupted his hour-long stare at the ceiling cracks. I want to report a missing person. Alright.
Is that person an adult?
Boredom seeps from Deputy's every word. You wonder if he's even present mentally or just going through a remembered checklist. Yes.
So, right here, adult. Has it been more than 24 hours?
Yes.
Roger that, sir. So, right here,
He continues, mumbling to himself.
Alright, what's the missing person's name?
Walter K.
Cousin Walt's missing? Again?
Cousin Walt.
Yep, we family. K's and my folk, we go way back. But I reckon a tale of local history is not what you're here for.
Who says I'm not interested?
Well, way back my folk came here as settlers with Maynard O.K., the founder of Bothwood. This was way back, okay? My great-great-granddad, Clayton Bronco Canis, he was his right-hand man, his main cowboy.
Just a moment, I will delete the spam message. And ban the creature. Playing in stream, if only Twitch allows me to do that. I'm not sure why it's not happening. I'll reload the page.
When old man K got rich, my folk got rich with him. Hell, we own a block of Bothwood. Too bad it's worth less than desert sand right now. So, we blood, even though I might not like all the K's that much. Anywho, Cousin Walt's prone to going MIA. He gone done it like half dozen times. But every time he just shows up, so... We used to get calls from Maxine, but I reckon she gave up after a while.
Then he seems to remember something.
Wait a moment. Who am I talking to? Who's doing the reporting?
Eugene Harrow.
Eugene Harrow.
He spells out your name letter by painful letter.
Wait, I've never heard Walt even mention you.
Slow, lazy keyboard clicks come from the other side, like the deputy sheriff has all the time in the world.
Here it is. One Eugene Harrow, resident of Greater Gray City, MP. What the hell you doing out here, pal? And what do you have to do with Cousin Walt?
I'm just a concerned citizen.
Oh, there's still such a thing? It's within your rights, Harrow. As I've said, Cousin Walt's gone missing before. But every time he came back under his own horsepower, alive and well. But I'll do you a solid and file this missing person report.
Nothing will come out of this. This man won't lift a finger, even for Cousin Walt. Seems like justice in Rue Valley is slow and unachievable, even for the well-connected. I wouldn't jump to conclusions like that, but anyway, thanks for your service.
Only doing what we're here for.
Well, the line is dead. Okay, that was interesting. Check available Wi-Fi connections. Notice a flickering Wi-Fi network. Max gas. It's shaky but has just enough juice to get you going. Alas, even those 3 bars are locked behind the password. Could we get the password in the shop? Would you mind if I gave a small spoiler? How do you know? More a gameplay mechanic that hasn't been explained yet. Yeah, let's go for it.
So? You buying something?
Any chance I could get the Wi-Fi password?
Are you gonna buy something or what?
That like a requirement for the password? I already bought.
Well, it'd be nice. You ain't just here to gawk, are you?
Actually.
Don't you go get all riled up. I got the password here somewhere. It's T3ST exclamation point X5V3R1TA5. If my no-good brother came up with that spewing, let me tell you, it's one of the easier passwords he came up with. You ought to see the awful mess of a daily password waiting on me back home. The thing looks like someone hit a keyboard while sneezing.
Right. So I'm connected now. You can get inspiration points back when you complete the memory pots. When you complete the memory pots. And that's how? Like... Inspiration point. Inspiration point. Ah, it's not about that. It was my inspiration point. I cannot move them around, right? Following the quest, the conclusions. Ah, yeah, I mean, sure, it should be happening. I mean, I hoped it would be happening. So, I mean, you mean that I should just play on and complete quests, right? For example, we need to complete this one that we committed to, and maybe if I search her car, I'll get my point back. Problem is that I have only 2 minutes to do that. And now that I have Wi-Fi, maybe I can scroll my feed until the loop ends. You start scrolling again, hoping a small amount of bandwidth slipped through the cracks of the invisible field that connects us all. Scroll and hope. And it starts. This is useless. Without an actual internet connection, you won't be able to see much. What? But I am connected to the internet. Looks like a bug in writing. There it is, the good old fire in the sky. Let's not wait for the effects. And the reality show, I wonder how that ends and what I need to do to end the quest, who I have to talk to. She could spoiler chat messages, but I'll say searching the car is a good idea. Right, I will search it today, during this day, but I mean during these 47 minutes.
Still with me, Mr. Harrow?
Yeah, I have a question. About Coral Destiny. His eyebrows lurch upward in an already too familiar gesture. The doctor must be confused by your sudden interest in the corporation, or is unwittingly expressing his discomfort. Of course we can, Mr. Harrow, though it took me by surprise. Your interest is perfectly natural and understandable, seeing as their Starbase 1 is right here in Rue Valley. As part of my full disclosure policy, I have to tell you, I worked there for a number of years, but I can't talk much about my work or my life, my time there, courtesy of a folder full of NDAs I had to sign. So, with that limitation established, what do you want to know? You can't tell me any rumors from your time there? I'm afraid not, Mr. Harrow. The NDAs I've signed are comprehensive and enforced by entirety of Coral Destiny's legal machinery. That's all I can and will say on the matter. Come on, Doctor. There is only the two of us here, and I won't tell a soul. I'm sorry, Mr. Harrow. The documents I've signed are prohibitive. Please do not push me more on the matter. As I've said, I want our sessions to be a safe space for both of us. How far away from here is the Starbase number 1? About an hour or so. Away if you are a particularly fast driver, hour and a half if you take the company shuttle. And what exactly are they working on there? Oh, many different things, from new rocket propulsion systems to water shielding and decontamination, regenerative agriculture and soil enrichment, effects of limited living space. But this is all publicly available information. I can't tell you anything that you couldn't have found yourself, you see.
Anything else?
No, that's all.
All right then. That's it for today. You should go and check in at the office.
I will. I will now. You could pretend you lost your key card and ask her to open your room with it. Just, yeah, I remember. So I have to first get my card. Gain new memory, the incident. What's the new memory? The doctor's slide shut slowly, so slowly in the world arose to this metal box. You had to leave the apartment and go down to the corner store as you haven't eaten all day. The tiny cabin amplifies the fact you haven't showered in a week. Yes, it's disgusting, but there is no time for any of it. You have to finish the article. The deadline was impossible from the start, but you took it anyway because it's good money, meaning you could maybe finally work on your own script next month and prove to everybody you are still an artist, not just a content mill, soon to be replaced by AI. I've been telling myself that I'll work on my script next month for years. The elevator begins its descent, but then stops abruptly just one floor below. Mrs. Gable's floor. She brought you soup when you first moved in, and you'd seen her in the hall last week, but pretended you were on the phone just to avoid the concern in her eyes. You couldn't handle the kindness. You didn't bring the phone this time though, as you only planned a quick visit to the door, but the door doesn't open on her floor anyway. Instead, the elevator changes its mind and starts going up. But upon reaching the floor again, it halts and immediately heads back down the door, never opening. What kind of sorcery is this? And at Mrs. Gable's floor, the elevator reverses course once again without your phone. There's only one option. Panic? Not yet. Just try the emergency call button first. Alright. Press the button. You expect a call with somebody, but instead a recorded static-filled voice announces that maintenance was notified of elevator malfunction and will be there within an hour. An hour? The deadline is in 3. And the article is still a mess. A salad of words you'd written and deleted a dozen times. Every word a testament to your incompetence. Every sentence a fraud's confession. But it wasn't always like this. You had more than enough shining moments during your diverse content writer career. Remember? This waterfall of stories again. He is literally me. I worked as a content mill for a short period before I became too disgusted with myself. Nicholas, what's so bad about being a... I mean, why would you... It's like, what's so bad about being a content writer? Why would it spark any disgust? Right, let's see the options. The poignant copy for a celebrated minimalist ad campaign for a foreign stationery brand, hundreds of authentic 5-star reviews for a luxury hotel chain that systematically suppressed guest complaints, the entire launch campaign from blog posts to social media for the now iconic Numb Night, which back then was still known as Numb Night, a fabricated profile of a reclusive film auteur. Was that like author? Is it French writing, French spelling for author? What? Auteur, a film director who influences their films so much that they rank as their author. Auteur. Okay. See. Because the point of writing such articles is not to say anything, but simply to have a justification for the page to exist so that they can use it to serve advertisements and steal people's data. Did you write anything else? Did you write articles that had a point? So, a fabricated profile of reclusive film auteur that became the definitive piece on their creative process, and a deeply researched product launch white paper for a now ubiquitous tech startup. I will go with the first option because I don't know which one to pick actually. A long-form investigative piece of the hidden art of watchmaking for a prestigious men's magazine that won a minor industry. What's that text about? I mean, what? Ghostwriting, a CEO's thought leadership column that was syndicated across 3 major business platforms, a series of immersive travelogues on the Vanishing Ironware Clubs of Grey City for a cultural website, the witty and inclusive weekly column on urban loneliness for a popular online magazine that developed a cult following, rebranding a game about isolation and existential dread as a light-hearted comedy about personal flaws is a meme-fueled campaign, authoring the technical documentation for a subscription service known for its intentionally confusing cancellation process. What? This is content mill, I would say. This is content mill. Like, what is this text even? What is this text? There is no... I mean, I don't feel excited about this. In Discoalism, it was all interesting to read, like, interesting. Every text was interesting. This here is just a filler. A series on elevator safety for an engineering digest that was later cited in a national safety guideline. Elevator safety. That's it. I know how to fix this. Right, the gig was from years back, but you research it like a pro. You still know how it works. There should be wiring behind the interior access panel, and if you access it, you may be able to manually reset the elevator. Our guy is such an engineer. Jam your apartment key into the edge of the control panel. The plastic creaks, then splinters. The panel swings open, revealing a tangle of delicate wires, blue and green, carrying the disturbed machine's live current. Slice through the green and blue wires with your apartment key. The wires offer no resistance, as if made of silk. The elevator stops, and for a single, weightless second, you feel like a winner. But the red light on the panel starts flashing, followed by sharp, piercing alarm. The machine is not crying for help, but announcing to the world, "Here, he is inside me, a vandal, a weirdo, a terrorist." Panic begins to coil in your gut. The hunger, the alarm, the deadline, the guilt, the claustrophobic walls pressing in. You have to get out now. Find the main power cables and tear them to silence the machine. Our guy is a psycho. You know exactly where to look. Your eyes lock onto the thick, insulated cables. You jam your key against the ancient black sheath of the main power cable, heaving and twisting with all your might. It takes some effort, but the already damaged insulation soon tears with a rubbery shriek, exposing the heavy copper within. Don't stop until he's dead. What is he doing? He wants to get electrocuted? You grind the key, mashing the live wires together. A torrent of sparks erupts, a fountain of angry spitting gold, scalding your hands and raining down on your clothes, smelling of burnt metal and silent thunder. The shredded insulation, now a blackened melting wound, begins to smoke. The toxic smell of charred plastic fills your lungs. A flame appears on the shredded insulation and begins to climb. The main building fire alarm soon joins the chorus, a deep roaring wail. The cabin becomes an oven as you pores open, a stale stench permeates the air, and you remember again you haven't showered in a week. The smoke thickens into a solid, choking blackness. Your head spins, the world tilting on its axis as your lungs scream for clean air. The last thing you remember register is a rhythmic pounding against the door and a garbled shout. "We have a man in there. He needs assistance." Not a man, a complete idiot. I understand. You had built a wall in your mind, brick by brick, to keep the elevator incident buried, but now the memory has shuddered its way back to the surface, bringing with it the suffocating panic at the acrid smell of smoke you swore it forgotten. Dr. Fink's analysis of your dream was the key. His words recontextualized your entire breakdown. The pattern is now blindingly obvious, and you are left wondering how you ever mistook this deliberate self-sabotage for an accident. He behaved like a deranged teenager, to be honest. Hence why. If anything, I'm thankful such an industry has been replaced by AI. Right. Well, I mean, yeah, robots help avoid a lot of unpleasant things, I suppose. This banging on the door. You know, I'm curious whether she will have anything else to say now that we overheard her conversation. Hey, what? There was no dialogue. So see. What if I drive to the... What if I come out of the office, drive to the gas station, buy the croissants, and then go back to her and present them? But I guess we cannot because we don't have any money. That's what he said,
Yes,
right?
Rue Valley Motel. Our Coral Destiny.
Interrupting.
Oh, hello,
Ready
Mr.
to check in.
So, number 6.
Key card, sign the document.
All right.
Yeah, I don't want to waste time on listening to their talking. Alright, now let's wait for a minute or two and then go back to tell her you left the key inside the room. Let's wait for a while. Now let's...
How can I help you, Mr. Harrow?
what was that? Update in my cabinet?
How can I help you, Mr. Harrow?
I left my key card in my room. Any chance you could open the door for me?
No worries, Mr. Harrow. That happens all the time. Good thing I have my master key card here with me. It opens every door in the motel. How great is that?
She opens the drawer. Is that where she keeps it? But then she freezes, as if she just remembered something, her face becoming a mask of intense concentration.
Let me just check something real quick.
She closes the drawer and puts her hand in her back pocket, then looks at you again.
Sorry for waiting, but I'll need to confirm something.
Out comes her phone, fingers flying across the screen with practiced ease, vanishes back into her pocket just as quickly.
Confirmation should come in a minute.
Her breath comes in quick, shallow bursts as she rummages through the shelves. A loud ping fills the room. A new message. She pulls out her phone again, glances at the screen, and sighs deeply before tucking it away.
Listen, I'm really sorry, but we'll have to wait for my father to return.
Okay, and when will that be?
As soon as the roadblock is gone, that is, around 9, he'll be here. Until then, just have a seat and relax.
Around 9. The loop will reset by then. You have to find some way to locate this master key card. Social check. Persuade her to open the door right now. Failure. Too extroverted. Easy apply direct pressure and she will yield. Explain to me why we have to wait for your father?
Well, we have to wait for him because I'm expecting a super important call and I don't know when it's coming, but it's crucial.
Okay then, give me the MasterCard so I can open the door. That's right, you don't really need her, you just need the master key card.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to give the master key card to anyone who doesn't work here.
Please?
Mr. Harrow, no! Now, is there anything else I can do for you while we wait?
It's hopeless. You tried with the manual, tried with the receptionist, it's just not enough. You tried asking the receptionist, tried reading the manual, enough is enough. Hold to give up. Give up? Give up? Okay. But it didn't give me back my inspiration. Try harder to enter Frank's room, which costs 2 points. No, I think that's their intention. Now it's your half-assed attempts at entering Frank's room, which evolved into try harder to enter Frank's room. Your attempts failed, and the failure makes it harder to try again, but it's not impossible, see? That's how the game works.
How can I help you,
No, you cannot. You cannot. Let's go, I don't know. I'm sure like these wires are connected to something and I can use them, but I guess not now. Right, let's follow your advice and go to go to Cooper Belt, drive south. Let's drive south again to the gas station. I will not miss this music. And why is it so long? Like so long. Like I'm loading some Civilization game, I don't know. Oh. Interesting.
Welcome to Max Gas. You need some help getting gas in that city car of yours, you don't want something else. We got no booze, mind you.
I heard you're one of the Ks.
You're right. What about it?
I'd like to learn more about the history of your great family. For a short moment, she seems puzzled by your quest, but decides not to question it.
Well, my great-grandpops came to this land some 130-odd years ago with nothing but a herd of cattle and a desire to make a name for himself. Maynard Kay was his name.
What sort of music do you like? Thanks for the question. I like... Let's see. Well, if you ask for the favorite band, that's Linkin Park. I've listened to them since I was in my 5th year at school, so basically since I was 12. So I think I began with mild rock music, then as I aged it became heavy rock music, alternative, obviously, metal, not heavy metal, rather doom metal, symphonic metal, melodic symphonic doom metal, like something like Saturnus, Alcest, then occasionally some pop rock bands, and then recently, I think last 10 years, I've been heavily into electronic music. It started with Witch House, synthwave, synth pop, house, hard bass also, vaporwave, trance music, yeah. And of course neoclassic, which means like soundtracks from a lot of films and games, like Hans Zimmer, Jablonski, Two Steps from Hell, yeah. No one's heard of Witch House in the US, but many of the same taste, it seems. Do you listen to Witch House also? I used to have a friend who literally made such music. He is a composer. Unfortunately, I think I can say that we fell out. But yeah, he writes music sometimes. Witch House and some other electronic stuff. So what are your tastes specifically?
Slowly, with hard work and a lot of sweat and blood, he purchased the whole valley from the state. Made it his own. Our family filled its coffers and prospered and built a magnificent ranch manor house.
Russian Witch House radio station occasionally listen to. Yes, man, it's... I always say if Russia has something to be proud of, I think there are two things: IT and Witch House, or just electronic music in general. I didn't mention, but also occasionally when I'm running, I listen to funk. I listen to funk, but the lyrics there are horrible. The texts are just brain rot, but the energy, the way this music galvanizes you, helps when you do sport. So, why do I sense a button there?
'Cause every good story has one, I guess. Anywho, but the butt of this tale is the industrialization of food production. It became much more profitable to cram as much cows as you can into concrete and metal boxes, make them live in their own shit, and pump them full of antibiotics. I even heard the poor things are forced to eat their own dead.
That's exactly why I don't eat meat. Yeah, because those instant curry noodles you are so fond of are an infinitely healthier choice.
You're a smart man. My pops told me about industrial meat production when I was 7. Haven't touched a steak or a chicken leg since, some 30-odd years. Well, anywho, my grandpops Philip tried to persuade great-grandpops Maynard to modernize, to follow the new direction money could have taken him. They had an offer to make a co-op with General Meats. Maynard refused over and over again, and that caused some bad blood between the two.
Well, if you don't follow the times, you get left behind, I suppose.
From this vantage point, you're right. Of course you are. But back then, nothing looked written in stone as we know it was. But this wasn't why great-grandpops refused. Nope. Maynard refused because herding was the only thing he knew how to do. And he was damn good at it. For him, 'twas a way to live, not just work. So, Kays kept on doing as Kays ever did, herding through the whole valley. But the industrials were making more cheap meat over flooding the market, and eventually that choked the family business dead. And as his business was dying, Maynard died. I'm just grateful he bit the dust before all he built with his own 2 hands fell to nothing.
Did you reckon the stress of it all had something to do with his death?
I guess, who knows? Don't get me wrong, he was 80-something, but still vital, still kicking, still riding through the valley till his last day. Philip always claimed the old man died out of spite, but I think he died from a broken heart. Still, he tried to rally the family, to industrialize, but it was too little too late. We were cornered out of the Gray City market by then. So, with no source of income, the family was forced to declare bankruptcy and sell the land back to the state at dirt cheap prices. And that was the end of us. Within 1 generation, rise and fall of the House of K.
Lady, I know stories. This is not the end.
It's the end for now. There are other stories about my family, but I ain't got the heart or mind to tell them.
Put it on silent and ignore it. Hey, I'm not finished with you. Okay, I wonder if it's if this caused us to glitch the whole thing. Like whether there was some other conversation with her or no. Or yes. Should I load? And sorry that I'm not answering immediately, Nicholas. I'm just trying not to make breaks between the conversation because it will be hard to come back to the thread with her. Have I ever? No. I listened to funk, like the first one, PHONK, not funk. Listen to most anything, to be honest. Metal, jazz. Oh, jazz, of course. Jazz and country. I really enjoy jazz. I really enjoy country. Jazz is easy. YouTube's field is infested with jazz. So when I had my English club on offline, we had a projector in the school, and I used to launch that YouTube video with jazz music. It really helped the ice break, and it created some nice atmosphere. Occasionally I played country, but it was much harder to find some good country music playlist on YouTube. But country has this very special vibe I love. At the same time, I've heard that a lot of people dislike country music in the US, but I don't know why. folk are probably my favorites, but I also listen to some EDM, witch house, bubble house, and psytrance especially. Have I ever heard of Matecore? No, it's less a genre, more like an art collective out of Russia. I think you'll like it. I've been listening to a lot of them recently. I write it down. Matecore. Matecore. Okay. And there was something else. Bubble house and psytrance. Bubble house and psytrance. Have you tried writing music, Nicholas? Or do you have friends who make music? And I'm wondering whether I should load maybe 8:14. Yeah, let's load, because I'm afraid that we were interrupted by the call is not good. Sit. Wait until something interesting happens. There's good country and there is broke country. Thankfully, broke country is dying out, and that's where the dislike of country stems from. Friends whom do. I've never tried to do it myself. No, composers are just something else. They're such talented people, I cannot imagine. Like, I mean, I can paint, I can write, but music, I haven't tried, and it's something I cannot wrap my head around. And it's so important. I mean, writing is quite a lot about articulating your thoughts, and painting has some rules, but music, although I went to music school, it was horrible. 5 years of my life wasted in that music school. I would have preferred to go to an art school instead, but my mother insisted, and that was just years fucking trashed. No value, almost at all. One of the most painful things. Bro country, I will Google that too. Bro country. Is that even? Okay, let's wait until something interesting happens. Other than the woman refueling her bike, you don't notice anything of importance. But wait, when did she arrive? Wasn't she at the motel? Yeah, she had to leave at some point. She wasn't there when night fell. Should definitely check that in the future. You mean in the past? Whatever, let's see what she does next. Seems like she's almost done. She left the bike outside and went into the shop. At exactly 8:16 p.m. I'm starting to get confused with all these minutes. You only have 47 of them. When you think about it, that's not a lot. Still, it's confusing. Nevertheless, she is now inside the shop. Wait and see what else happens. You missed when the woman arrived at the gas station, but you saw she entered the shop at 8:16 p.m. I'm sure it's a bug. The phone should not be calling at this time. It's just so fucking stupid. It's just so annoying. Could they not fine-tune that somehow? Until the thunder strikes. No, I mean, can I just skip the time like 1 freaking minute? 1 minute. Because it just locks me out of everything. Like, I cannot do anything. What am I supposed to do? Okay, I'll just mute the game and do this again, but it's just so stupid. Like, when you're walking, then you have a chance to answer the call. Why can't I put it on silent during my thoughts. Answer the call, you stupid prick. Why do I feel like a stalker? Continue. Remember, you're doing this for information that might help you deal with the time loop for the reason only. And the phone keeps ringing. Our character does not reacting. Wonderful. I lost 15 minutes, 16, 20 minutes, 22 minutes. If you remember correctly, the rain is about to stop. Is the phone still ringing? Thankfully it's not. Wow. Fucking wow. Just after the thunder, she left the shop and drove south. Get out. Just wasted a day. What is this shit? Like, wow, I learned what I already knew. Perfect. Let's go get this conversation with that lady again.
Welcome to Max Gas.
An accurate portrayal of how annoying salesmen are. Yeah, that's a valid point. Very good observation. I'm a classically trained singer, so I can understand music, but writing it is much more difficult. Yeah, I used to sing too. I was a soprano, actually. But then my voice broke
You need some
when I
help
was
getting gas in
in
that
my
city car of yours?
puberty.
You're right.
Let's listen to the story again.
Slowly with hard work.
But there.
I even heard the poor things are forced to eat their own.
That's why I don't admit.
What? Maynard refused. Oh.
Agree with the
And as his
Philip.
business was dying.
blah blah blah.
And that was the end of us.
Not the end.
It's the end for now.
And that's it. So I didn't have to load the game. Fine. I don't care. So, do you still sing, Nicholas? I would love to sing, but, you know, it's just another thing in my life that I would love to do, but I have so many I would love to's that I just need to prioritize, and unfortunately singing gets pushed away in the queue. Right, the car. Search the car. I still have 1 point. Why not snoop around? Who knows what secrets it holds? Try to open the door. Only at karaoke bars or when I'm driving. It's locked. Really no surprises there. Nobody would leave the fancy beast all alone and unlocked. What? I just spent a point on a locked car? And what do I do now? Now you only need to find an experienced criminal to show you the ropes, but there's probably a tutorial online. Yeah, I think I need to call... Oh, look up how to break into a car on the internet. Okay. You know, it's all about them keywords, so type wisely. Car break-in tutorial. 2 videos catch your eye on the first page. Speedrun car break-in video tutorial and car break and entry explained by a professional. There's also an article, car break-in in 4 easy steps. Let's go professional video. You show a wire between the window and the door frame. It's pretty easy. Does it help? I've never tried opening a car. Let's try. It begins with a Rue Valley Sheriff's Department logo, a silver star engraved with an eagle atop a cactus surrounded by Rue flowers. Cops showing how to break into a vehicle. Yes, please. The logo is followed by a shot of the sky with clouds rolling along lazily, and the shot lasts uncomfortably long. Then after forever, a forced cough is heard somewhere off-screen. The camera turns down right in time to show a sheriff walk in, hat and cowboy boots and all, and stand in front of a nondescript vehicle.
Howdy, y'all. I'm Deputy Sheriff Cody Cayness. Today, I'm gonna explain to y'all what to do if you accidentally lock your car keys in your own car. Now, don't you dare do this on a vehicle you don't own. If you do, we'll get you and lock you up for good.
The sheriff points a finger at the camera, which swiftly falls down, recording only a pair of oiled-up leather boots.
Come on, pal. Why can't you do one thing proper? Keep that thing straight, will you?
Somewhere off-screen you hear, "So sorry, Cody, my hands got sweaty." And the camera is back on Cody, but this time the shot isn't worse. As you can see, only half of him.
So, following this police procedure won't damage your vehicle, but we'll let you get in. Let's begin.
See what the deputy sheriff is up to, but also the commentary. Is it just me, or does the deputy sheriff seem uncomfortable being filmed? He does sweat far too much even for someone in the noon sun. The ancient curse of performance anxiety. See what the deputy sheriff is up to. Hey, if nothing else, it's free entertainment. The deputy sheriff carefully places his hat atop the car, and when a deep grunt slides his bulk underneath it, he speaks, but it sounds more like yelling from a deep well.
Now, every modern vehicle has hydraulics. Same goes for all your doors. That's why even you with dough arms can open them. But what happens when you cut the hydraulics pipes under the car? That's right. Ah!
There's a loud snap from underneath the car, followed by a scream more akin to surprise and pain. From off-screen you can hear a familiar voice. "Cody? Sir? You alright?" I don't understand why they haven't made a video showing that. It would be so cool. I mean, I saw criticism online about the game that said the game breaks the principle show don't tell. Like it tells and tells and tells and tells and doesn't show. So that's one of those cases, I guess. Like planting a video here would be perfect. Instead we read bunches of text. Before, you can manipulate the door latch with the wire or other thin instrument. You just need to press down on it and it pops open. Don't do that. What he's doing, the hydraulics are for the brakes, not the door locks. That's what happens when you mess with things you don't understand. You are the one to speak.
Don't you worry none. All part of the plan. Now, with the hydraulics cut, you just need to get underneath the car and...
The deputy comes out from under the car, his face and chest marked with a vicious, starry liquid that slowly oozes downwards. He seems unperturbed as he walks to the door and...
There!
He yanks at the handle, but nothing happens. Cody repeatedly draws a hand across his throat, and the screen goes as black as his face. Hey, you wouldn't be willing to go through all of this if it didn't work, right? You might be surprised. After a moment, the deputy is back. Strangely, his face and chest are not covered in terry fluid. He yanks at the door again and it pops right open.
There! 6 out of 10 times, sheriff's method works every time. So, if you get locked out of your own vehicle, cut the hydraulics and the door opens itself. Practically. Almost always.
I've got nothing to lose, so I'll try the quack method. Just in case, let's check other searches. So, click on the speedrun car breaking video tutorial. The video begins with a glitch effect that hurts your eyes and a lo-fi beat running in the background. Well, at least they added the music. The glitch fades to a shot of a Brutalist project building bleached bone white by the sun. Then, as a jack from a box, a guy pops into your view, his face covered with crude tattoos. Despite the relentless sun, a black turtleneck covers him up to his pointed chin, and a waist of golden chains covers his neck.
Hey yo, Sly Side, not gonna lie, not gonna waste your time. Just explain how to crack cars with a killer rhyme.
Keep watching.
Yours or not, not Sly's worry. If it's illegal, you better hurry, or 5-0 will get you caught, and you'll do time for naught. So listen well. Car's locked, so's the trunk, the handle has a button, you press it till you hear a clunk, and that's your tell, you sign you're doing it well. After that, easy peasy. Just press it in the rhythm, tap, tap, tap. 1, 2, 3, 4, open up the trunk door. Just crawl through that mother. Drive away before you get caught by the blue brother. Sly out.
Video just ends after that. No outro, no summary, no like, share, subscribe, no money bagging, just nothing. Now let's check other options just in case, and the article. Let's see that article. Wait, what's this speedrun car breaking video tutorial? Ah, I just listened to it. Why do I still have the same option? Right, the article? I guess there's another bug. We've all been there. It's Monday morning, coffee in hand. You're rushing to avoid the hell of an early traffic jam when you realize no keys, worse yet, the keys are locked in your car. All the doom scenarios swirl in your head. You'll be late for work again, you'll get fired again, you won't make your mortgage payment again, your girlfriend will leave you again. But fear not, there's a quick and easy way to get into your car and avoid all those self-fulfilling prophecies. Below the intro are 4 steps for how to force open a car's window. There's something about this article, a vibe of desperation that it gives off that is very familiar. Wait, who's the author? Nothing at the top of the page, suspicious, so you scroll down, all the way down, and there it is, in small print. Roger Dwyer. Roger Dwyer. And then you realize, it's you. Roger Dwyer is you, one of the pseudonyms from your past life as a content writer. The article is valid, I did research for each and every one. The article proposes that to open a car's window you'll need a metal hanger. In step 1 it explains how to reshape it in a long strip of wire. Nicholas. Are you Mr. Harrow? Is that your pseudonym? Or you're Roger Dwyer? Have you written that article? Because that's exactly what you're saying, the wire. So, step 2 guides you through choosing the best point to insert the wire. Any place where you can jam it between the window and the rubber stripping. Sounds like I have an idea. Sounds like I have no idea. No, metal wire hanger, check. Insertion point, check. In step 3, the only thing you need to do is to push the wire until you hit the lock and then force it in. Sounds simple, but the article paints a painful picture of many trials and errors. Success can only be born out of suffering. Yeah, I remember now. I was going through some tough times back then. Joke's on you, tough times never ended. Then, in the final step 4, the article describes how exactly to fiddle with the lock using the sharp end of a wire. Of course, everything ends up with a pop as the window opens. Crisis averted. Job, house, relationship saved. Yeah, let's try it. Are you sure you'll be able to bend a metal hanger with those puny hands of yours? Told you, he's literally me. Have you ever written an article on how to break into a car? So let's try to open the car with a wire and test if your article is utter BS. And where exactly is your tool of choice? A humble wire? Like you, the repairman working from the garage thrives in an environment of chaos and garbage. Wires and parts are scattered everywhere. Pick the best wire. Took you a while, but you found the best. Straight as a ruler, long as your arm. Now into insertion point. Somewhere between the window and rubber. In the middle. Almost without effort, the wire glides in. Seems like luxury is only skin deep with this car. Now what? You have to find the locking mechanism. Just locked my keys in my car once to the right. Then I'm mistaken. Slide the wire deeper. And there is a click. Seems like the wire found its way to the locking mechanism. You're either a natural car thief or just dumb lucky. This wasn't as difficult as your article portrayed it. See what happens when you let depression color everything you do. But this is all for naught if you don't manage to unlock the mechanism. Push it left and right, thrust it up and down. I would try circles. In a moment or two, you'll feel your palms on fire and hear clunking sounds from inside the door. Left and right. You're not sure if the sounds coming from the door are good or bad. Okay, up and down. If you're being fair to yourself, you're not sure if this is even doing anything. And then, much to your surprise, the window opens with a plop. So, you were not full of shit while you were writing this article, or you just found a good reference to copy. What? We opened a Range Rover like that? You finally enter the car and the scent of wealth overwhelms you. Leather seats, wooden dashboard, LED light strips around the cabin, darkened windows. I mean, we're doing that in front of the camera, and that lady from the shop still hasn't caught us. Luxury all around, yet the car is broken down. Nothing is built to last these days. Check the car's multimedia device. There is a bunch of options: music, navigation, emails. Email. Anita's logged out. Seems like she doesn't trust Frank with her privacy. And you can't sink your teeth into the juicy details. Okay, I wonder what's she listening to. Oh, speaking of music. Last thing Anita listened to was the album Midnight Shift by a band called Patty Gold. Okay, the navigation system. Seems Anita was heading to 164 Cherry Hills Road in Bothwell. Okay, never got there though, since this midlife crisis on wheels died on her. Run a quick search on that address. There is a business associated with that location, Sloan Solutions Limited. It looks like one of those financial advisory firms that seem to be popping up everywhere lately, almost like they're multiplying overnight. Hopefully the same can be said for the client's funds. What are you getting yourself into, Anita? Tax reports, investment management, the options are limitless and most of them remarkably dull. Time loop baby, all crime is only temporary. Yeah, but I mean, I'm surprised she hasn't stormed out and told me to scram, or worse yet, called the police. Check the glove department. A dusting cloth, driving gloves, 3 unopened packs of cigarettes of the long variety, a power bank, and a fancy leather notebook. Now this is something worth checking out. Check under the seats, people lose all kinds of things there. You find only a handful of sticks of protein-infused chewing gum and another handful of nothing. Okay, the storage bins in front of the back seats. There's a half-drunk bottle of Coral Destiny Martian Dew in the right one, and on the left, a book titled How to Be the Best You. Flip through the book. Your eyes skim across dozens of pieces of generic advice, from drinking a cup of water first thing in the morning to cleaning your room. Is that Jordan Peterson? To arranging a wholesome routine for yourself before bedtime. Is there anything about lobsters? You've written dozens of such articles, some of them a veritable diarrhea of words. This book looks like an especially potent anthology. The cover of water is valid advice. Keep on looking. I can't even be the worst me. No, I'm gonna keep looking. Check the sun visor above the steering wheel. A driving license falls into your lap as you unfold the sun visor. Take a closer look. The license looks decades old, the plastic tinged with a yellowish hue spread to every edge. Anita, on the other hand, was young and striking. Her beauty is dimmed by a tired pallor even youth can't mask, laced with a lingering fragility, an echo of a past she fought hard to leave behind. Well, no one ever looks their best in the official documents. The lighting, the angle, the background, everything was against her. Life choices had nothing to do with that. The birth date catches your eye, June the 4th, 1977. It's enough. Leave the car. This is the backwoods. Should come out with a shotgun and take care of you herself. Man, dude. Is that how you deal with things in America? Sounds scary. And that's only a mild exaggeration, though it depends on the state. In most, you're not allowed to fight all brigands unless they're armed. I mean, I wonder if I ever will understand the Second Amendment. It's such a, I imagine it's such a social debate. A luxurious leather-bound notebook with a built-in ink pen holder. Seems barely used. Don't people have phones? Why would anyone use a physical notebook? I mean, that's nonsense sentence. What's on page 1? It just says Anita Lopez, month of August 2027. Okay, I have to say this line. Right, let's do that. Some just prefer the feel of paper, that's me. Especially those who aren't cursed with your chicken scratch handwriting. Flip through the notebook. You breeze through the used pages in a single breath. All you find are a few meetings scheduled this month, filled with names that mean nothing to you. And then, the very last story entry for today, a meeting at high noon with one Aaron Sloan, along with a phone number, presumably his. See what else is there. Blank pages of high-quality stock, dozens of them. That's it, until you flip to the end where a neatly folded sheet of paper is tucked in the crease. Examine. As you spread the paper, you notice a filigree SS logo watermark adorning the upper right corner. Now I'm scared to click continue. A colorful chaos of overlapping pie charts, tangled flow charts, and cluttered bar graphs. It's a dizzying data maze designed to confuse rather than to clarify. Upon close inspection, realize it's the annual financial report for Cooper Belt. While you are no expert, the mention of insufficient revenue suggests that the bar is facing a substantial loss. Maybe that's why Anita wanted to meet that Sloan fellow. And then her car broke down. With her business falling apart and you snooping around her dirty laundry, no wonder she is in such a great mood. 1 minute away from ending the day. It's my favorite amendment. Is that so? I mean, that's you being not sarcastic? You're serious? So she missed some appointment when her car broke down. Frank towed her car to the gas station to repair it. And I now have another phone number. Call the number from Anita's notebook. I don't think I will manage to have a full conversation, but let's try. The line rings and rings and rings endlessly like it's never going to stop. And just as you're about to hit end call, a deep, exaggeratedly masculine voice, clearly trying too hard, answers. Hello. Thank you for calling Sloan Solutions. How can we assist you on this fine day? Indecisive. I was just checking if Anita Lopez maybe managed to meet with you today? And who might be asking? Unfortunately, we are not at liberty to disclose sensitive client information. Mr. Nightingale, Miss Anita Lopez's personal assistant. I didn't realize Mr. Lopez had surplus funds, or even the need, but given your apparent obliviousness to her meetings, I take it you're budget-friendly. What a dick. Anyway, no. Miss Lopez missed our appointment. We'll send her the document for review via email. Signing them is of the utmost priority. Documents. Yes. I'm sure you're aware that the motel is officially in default due to Mr. Fleming's missed mortgage payments over the last 2 years. As the rightful owner, your Miss Lopez reached an agreement with the New Horizon Bank to have the foreclosure, along with the taxes, handled through the acquisition, which cannot proceed without her signature. Oh, the documents for the motel's documents. Wait a minute, who is the... I'll inform her as soon as possible, thank you. Hang on. Well, that's an interesting development. Now, why would Anita want to meet the Sloan Shark in person if she already agreed to let the motel go under? Drop the axe herself, or she's actually trying to save it? And it begins. Whoa. I didn't even have to press anything. Yes, I'm serious. The places in which the Second Amendment is the most leniently imposed upon are the safest in America. The places in which it is the most infringed upon are the most dangerous. What do you mean? Like, the Second Amendment, if I remember correctly, is the right to carry
Still
guns.
with me, Mr. Harrow?
So you mean that if people are allowed guns a lot, then it's safe, and when there is control over that, then it's dangerous. Although Americans do glorify stupidity, those who engage lawfully with firearms tend to be responsible enough to not be engaged in criminality. Do Americans glorify stupidity? Okay, I have a question. Dr. Fink, I've come to realize that I have a pattern of ignoring problems until they become critical. He nods, clearly satisfied. I appreciate you opening up about this, Mr. Harrow. How long would you say this pattern has been governing your actions? What? After my partner left me, it has been steadily evolving into something unbearable. I think it all started with my father being put in a nursing home when I was laid off and decided to become a freelancer for as long as I remember. Since the incident, wouldn't you say that pattern culminated in the incident, not the other way around? Well, yeah, but if it wasn't for the incident, I would have never realized the pattern exists. And actually, what do you mean? The incident wasn't a sudden departure from your character, it was the logical endpoint of a, no doubt, long-established habit. But now that you're acknowledging it, we can work together to understand it better and find ways to better address the problems you're experiencing. Now, discovering the mechanism is the first and crucial step toward overcoming it. It's a significant milestone, but on its own, it's merely cognition, which is not enough for us to overcome it. To do that, we need willpower, and for that, in turn, we need hope. Otherwise, we remain stuck in a vicious loop of defeatism and apathy, feeding each other ad infinitum. The good news is that you're not alone in having problems like these, and I've dealt with much worse cases during my career. So I know it is indeed possible for you to get better, but to move forward, I also need you to believe that it's possible. He stops, exploring your expression. So, how do you feel about it, Mr. Harrow? Wait, is he really asking you if you believe that this lousy therapy can help you? It would really help me to hear about those much worse cases you've dealt with. An armed society is a polite society is a phrase commonly used. But still, I don't get what do you mean by infringed, leniently imposed upon and the most infringed upon. I mean, I get the words, just I'm not sure about the subtext that you have there. Your curiosity is admirable, Mr. Harrow. Sharing specific cases may be valuable in some contexts, but I want to emphasize that every person's experience is unique. Let's focus on you. Like that. This is just one of my problems. Hope would be a setup for disappointment. Quite to the contrary, hope is crucial, and one problem at a time is the best way to approach it. Okay, I need more time to think about this. He smiles. It's not that complicated, really. I've already beaten myself up over what I've done, and I don't need a reminder. I'm not here to add to your guilt or make you feel worse about your situation, but to help you find a way out of this cycle of guilt and shame. Alright, yes, I believe it's possible for me to get better. You say the words, not even sure if you are telling the truth, but something strange happens. By saying it out loud, you realize that you haven't even considered it may be possible to get better for a very long time. But you are even considering if it's possible. Doesn't that mean you do believe it is possible? That means it's possible that it's possible, and I hope it is. Willpower gained. It's possible. Ooh, what's that? Willpower. Unlike inspiration, willpower is permanent. It's not spent, but committed. Once it's assigned intention is completed, the willpower point is refunded and ready to be used again, I suppose. Also note that available inspiration will always be used before willpower. That's not logical, I think. I mean, it's logical real life-wise, but for the game, of course, I want to use something that can be returned rather than something that will be spent forever. And the Steam achievement was, when there is a will, there is a way. Piece together your resolve one stubborn loop at a time. That's great to hear, Mr. Harrow. Change won't happen overnight, but with determination and hope you can make progress. As we continue our sessions, we'll work on replacing that reflex to hide and ignore things with a new one. To stop and to look clearly at what you've been carrying. Your willingness to address those issues is a significant step towards personal growth and well-being. He glances at the clock, and as always.
All right then. That's it for today.
Why have you been silent all this time? Why are not you voiced? Why do I have to do it myself? I mean, it's okay, but I'm no voice actor, unfortunately.
You should go
not
and check
yet.
in at the office.
Yeah, I'm going. Well, states subvert the constitution to some degree. It's just part of our politics. So there are no states in which the Second Amendment isn't infringed upon to some degree. So you're saying that some states prohibit the usage of firearms a lot, and that is most infringement. And there are states which are lenient towards people with firearms, and that's lenient approach. Is that what you're saying?
Spit it out already!
So, like, what are our thoughts? Anita Lopez, she missed an appointment with a lawyer when her car broke down. Anita planned to pay off the motel's mortgage and search Anita's car. He managed to commit a felony and break into Anita's car. Hold to wrap up. See, the point invested didn't return, so I think what you found, Nicholas, was about willpower and not about inspiration. So, the contents of Anita's car now at your disposal. You have a way of getting into it whenever you want. Just use the wire. In any case, you found everything you could find in Anita's car. Alright. What do we do now?
Yes, I have rebooted the modem. Of course it's urgent! Our guests don't have Wi-Fi, the credit card machines... Listen. Oh, hello, Mr. Harrow. How are you? Are you ready? All right then. So, number 6. The last one on the second floor. Everything is ready for you. And... All right. I'm here if you need it.
Perhaps, but the guide says you were supposed to get 3 inspiration points from searching her car. I'm not sure how many I got. I think I did get 3. I think I did. Let's unlock and get inside. And let's alter our appearance this time. Reality show, minor bodily alteration. Intention acquired. Time to test this theory. If you make a small alteration to your body, you'll be able to see if it will be reset when the loop resets. Best to do that away from prying eyes in your room. For example, you did bring a razor, didn't you? Yeah. Open the suitcase. Try to find the razor or something. Failure? What? Why everything I do fails? You let your hand crawl through the remnants of your old life up to the place where you know the toiletry kit is and it's not there. Maybe this wasn't the best idea. Could be, but you can always find something else equally sharp, a broken glass or a mirror. What? Oh, maybe you want to use the army method. Take a towel and just rub it against your face really quickly. That's also effective, you know? Or a lighter, it's another way to shave quickly. Very effective. One-time torch beard, you know? Right. Break the bathroom mirror. For real, we are doing that. How do you plan on doing that? With my fist. It's very dangerous. Okay, you smash the reflection of the broken face, half hoping it will be fixed. But the new mosaic leaves it even more disturbed. Nevertheless, the largest shard of what once was a mirror drops down to the sink with an ear-piercing clank. I once broke a window, and I have a not very big scar, but I have a decent scar on my thumb. So hitting glass is a terrible idea. Someone who really thought they were in a reality show would assume the room is bugged. Yeah, agreed. So let's pick up the shard and perform minor bodily alteration. Something discreet that only you will know about, or go all out. Caution be damned, shave off an eyebrow, shave your beard, cut a strand of your hair. No, I think we should be discreet. That makes sense. Small enough so nobody except you can notice the difference, and if they are filming you right now, well, they'll have to pretend they don't know about it, and then you'll catch them. Intention updated, reality show. Truly minor bodily alteration, but invisible as it is, it's annoying. You feel cold air passing through where it couldn't before. Like a freshly chipped tooth under your tongue, you can't help but keep noticing the sole missing strand. But all that really matters is that when you wake up in the doctor's room, you will know. A warm and fuzzy emotion arises in your chest. You haven't felt it for so long that you've almost forgotten how it feels. Pride. Instead of just useless yapping or a futile search for hidden cameras, you've taken action, done something that matters, something that will prove you're really in a reality show. Another emotion arrives soon. riding on waves of stale desperation, washing away the tide of pride, clutching your belly in a knot. Self-doubt. What if this proves nothing? Then you've done all this for nothing. You can only wait and see. Put it back in your pocket. Alright. For science, you shaved your head. The slight airflow gently caresses the top of your head. Hold to wrap. Intention completed. Good. Then what? Find Anita's old stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna commit to that too. And what's that? What haven't I read still? You discover that Mattel is being bought by the bank. Sounds like it would be a good idea to convince Ben to tell you where Anita's things are. Let's use our phone and call Ben. He might spill some Anita beans. Beans? Alright. The line rings and rings, and just when the monotonous ringing finally finishes drilling a borehole straight to your thalamus, a raspy male voice answers.
Ben Fleming. Sorry, can't talk now. Quite busy. Call later.
Sorry for the interruption.
No, it's quite all right. Gotta go now. Bye-bye.
Line is dead. Oh, like that. Seems that he is busy before 8:30 p.m. Best to call him. Why does the game tell me something I don't know? I didn't know that he's busy until 8:30. I wanted to go to his daughter, ask her, but the game just told me like that. Spoiler inside the game. What the hell? But let's try to call him again.
Ben Fleming. Sorry, can't talk now. Quite busy. Call later.
And when will you be available?
I don't know, around 8:30 or later.
Alright.
Gotta go now. Bye-bye.
So that's how we learn. Understood. Yeah. 8:30 then. What can I do? I can drive back home using our willpower. It will be cheap action because it will return when I complete it, which I think I will not. So I'll use my car. And I wonder whether that lady is different when she hasn't had her coffee. So let's drive back home and see what will happen in the end. The desert stretches out endlessly, a vast expanse of ochre gravel, barren and desolate. A thin, cracked ribbon of asphalt snakes through the landscape, looping like a gnarly scar that vanishes into the horizon. Silence presses in thick as molasses. I know what molasses is now. Interrupted only by the uneven hum of the car's engine and the faint whispers of wind through the dry brush. Check the fuel gauge. The tank is half empty. You can almost feel the juice running out. Open the window. The dust makes the air outside even thicker than inside. It's suffocating no matter what you do. Turn on the radio. The static makes only one thing clear. You are more likely to catch signal from space than any kind of radio station here. Gaze into the distance. The more you look, the more you see. The same mountain, similar cacti, copy-pasted bushes, and the identical paintings of colors. Beautiful place. Nicholas, where can I find, like, I would love to see such, you know, such landscapes like are shown in the game right now, like these huge sandy mountains. I remember they were in Looney Tunes cartoons about The Roadrunner and Willy Coyote, they were in GTA San Andreas in the third city. I would love to travel there. I would love to camp there. Maybe I would love to live there even. It's just such a mesmerizing sight. Which state is that? Is it Texas or something else? The endless repetition again and again. Just drive. You keep pretending that everything is fine, that everything is normal, that you are just driving home. But no matter how hard you try, there is no running away from your poor decisions. They've got better mileage. Even through the loud engine ruckus, your ears are pierced by the annoying ringtone. Reject the call. Dodging both the paranormal and paralegal, good on you. The flat mountains are called mesas. Mesas. Ah. Mesas. Is it from Spanish una mesa? The table. A table. I guess it might be that. As with a phone call, white with hair standing up on the back of your neck, you anticipate another interruption. The thunder that still sends chills down your spine. The end is near. In your rearview mirror, the sky erupts in a blaze of glory as if someone staged a fireworks show for your successful getaway. Or the apocalypse. Flames streak across the sky, unraveling the twilight itself, casting eerie dancing shadows on the road ahead, a vivid reminder of the chaos you left behind. Scream. Ah! And that didn't help. We're back in the doctor's room. Seems that the time loop stretches further than you've anticipated. The road home might wait just around the bend, but you'll have to drive like a maniac to actually make it. You can see them occasionally through the north, up to Colorado, maybe even Wyoming, but they're only common for the south. So is the southern part of America. Is Grand Canyon from somewhere, like from the same place where those mesas are from? Of course you're still with him. They probably dragged your unconscious body here and dumped you into that couch. The doctor's looking at you like there is nothing out of the ordinary, but then again, it's no wonder they don't know about it. The change is very discreet after all. Check your hair. It's there. The lock of hair you've cut out is there. Your knees start to shake slightly as panic starts to burn in your belly. Mr. Harrow, can you hear me? Wait. What if that lock of hair is fake? Touch it gently, discreetly. Your fingers lock around the strand of hair, as rugged and oily as ever. There's no mistaking it. Realization strikes you with the power of a crowbar across the forehead. It's your hair. Alright, Mr. Harrow, I see you have issues focusing. Today may have been the longest day in your life, or the second longest. It's quite normal for you to lose focus by the end of it. So let's end the session and continue tomorrow. There's no escaping it. You can slump as deep as you wanted on the couch, but your little experiment has proved it. Your own hair can just regrow exactly the way it was before. These people aren't actors. You aren't trapped in a reality show. It's time to face the music. You really are trapped in a time loop. And somehow, the temporal anomaly reverses your body back to its normal, original state. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry to feel that way. I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Harrow. I know it's hard to believe, but I have your best interest at heart, and I hope you will learn to trust me in time. You should go and check in the office. Your room is probably ready by now. Right, see you tomorrow, Dr. Finn. Grand Canyon is in Arizona, but I don't think there are many mesas nearby. Interesting. To me, they looked like similar type of land. But probably they aren't. Time loop heals all wounds. Your body, fragile as it is, no matter what you do with it, reverts back to the state it was at 8 o'clock p.m. Pretty useful. And reality show. Holy fuck. Your new haircut is gone. What you're experiencing is definitely not a reality show. Give up. Wait, what about drive back home? It's still not there. It didn't come back. Gosh, I'll need to drive again. Wait. Hey. Ah, I think I know. I think I need to have a faster car for that. Same landscape, but Arizona is close to Colorado, so the mountains I've seen in pictures of the area are more similar to the Rockies. The Rockies. The Rockies. It has to be the Rockies. Rocky Mountains. I'm ashamed that I didn't know that mountain range. Now I do. Thank you. Oh gosh, will this music stop ever? Oh, thank you very much. At last. At last. Get in. Pick up the notebook. There's nothing there. What if I go inside?
Welcome to Max Gas. You need some help getting...
No. Phone away. Well, I'm just curious whether anything will happen if this girl is hasn't had her coffee. It's calm here, naturally calm. You're used to yelling, banging, arguing over the phone, that you half expect some sort of drama to unfold wherever you go, but not here. Let's see if some drama will emerge. In the distance you hear a motorcycle engine. Our girl is here. It's the woman from the motel, the one banging on the door vending machine. Or vending machine, sorry. Better make a mental note of that, who knows when you'll need it. It's also worth checking when she leaves the motel. When she leaves the motel. So, what next? See it again. The Rockies are a wonderful part of the country. Colorado, Montana, Idaho are some of my favorite places in America. The Appalachians in West Virginia are also great. Some of the oldest mountains on Earth. They come from the same geological development as the Scottish Highlands. Remember correctly, before the Atlantic was split. Wow. Appalachian Mountains. Gosh, they should teach less Russian history in school and should teach us more about geography and the world, because I mean the world is so big and so interesting, and you know nothing about it. I mean, I know nothing about it. Appalachian Mountains. Am I saying that correctly? Appalachian? Not Appalachian? say the same about gas history. He would say the same, man. Appalachian. Oh, I didn't get it. Appalachian Mountains. Or Appalachian. What? How do you say that? Appalachian. Appalachian. Google says Appalachian. Ah, it's British pronunciation. And American? Appalachian. See? This is American? And this is British. Appellation. Like appellation, like court of appeal, court of appellation. It's a bunch of regional pronunciations. Yeah. That's very weird. Okay, answer the phone. Answer the phone. That's you are.
My name is Percy Rugger, and I'm a senior ulterior, Mr. Harrow, with an umlaut. And please don't let the name fool you. We are the most respectable yet cutting-edge agency, which means we work on the edge of, but still inside, the established legal framework. In fact, we are the leader in our field. Now, if my information is correct, you have recently been unjust.
Going inside or what?
So?
Maybe I'll skip time this way.
So?
Huh? Happened.
Hey, Max. What's up?
New conversation.
Hey, Riley.
Riley.
Here's for the gas. You don't happen to keep some coffee under the counter, do ya?
No coffee, sorry. I got a couple cans of Mega Jitter in the fridge if you're that desperate.
Nah, those make me twitch like Uncle Ben on a clean day. Seen my brother around, by any chance?
Yeah, he's right here in his...
And as she turns to point toward the garage, her eyes widen and she stops mid-sentence. What the?
He disappeared.
Left without saying anything, huh? Typical Frank.
Nah, there's only one road out of here. He couldn't have driven off without me seeing him. Hold on, I'm calling him.
She reaches for the phone.
Already tried calling him, Max. No use.
She nods at her but proceeds with the phone.
Mm-hmm. Off network. Damn.
Yeah. Pity. I was hoping to catch him at the motel before I head out.
Oh, where are you headed, by the way? Vacation?
Nothing like that. I quit at Coral Destiny.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, I just need a change.
Ugh. Thought you'd never leave.
I didn't think I would either, but here we are. Anyway, I'd rather not talk about it. I just wanted to say goodbye to Frank before I leave. You know, we've been at odds lately, but I hoped...
The sentence trails off, leaving the thought unfinished.
I know.
He's not at the motel, he's not here, so probably drove to Bothwood?
Yeah, that sound like him, but still, I swear I've been standing right here looking at the only road the whole time. And I didn't see or hear him leave. No sound, no dust, no nothing. I went outside about an hour ago, maybe half an hour, talked to him. He was fixing to need his car and his blue pickup was still parked there.
Couldn't he have driven it the other way?
Into the mine pit? I would have heard that for sure.
She looks toward the pit. Besides, the fence is intact. We are for sure was Frank. There's always some sort of twist. They both fall silent for a moment.
Oh, great idea. Let me see.
What idea? What did she say? She said, hey, no, let's check the security camera footage. We'll see when and how he managed to disappear.
Need admin access to rewind. Just a second, need to log in.
She starts typing on the keyboard, mumbling to herself, probably trying to remember her password. I think I added some numbers at the end. She mutters to herself.
Oh, shit. Rain. And I'm on a bike.
Ah, sucks. You in a hurry?
Not really, but I wanted to stop by the cemetery before I continue on.
Ah, tough luck. Till the rain stops, it'll probably be night by then.
Yeah, not the best time to visit the cemetery. Ooh, just my luck.
Anyways, I'm logged in now. Want to come behind the counter? Oh, what?
No need, I can see everything fine from here.
Alright, let's rewind.
There he is. Stop. It says 7:55 p.m. That's only half an hour ago.
The careless driver and his blue pickup appear on the screen.
Let's fast forward a bit.
Alright, let's see.
She fast forwards the video for no longer than a couple of moments, and the careless driver as well as his pickup disappear from the video.
Wait, what? He just vanished.
What? How?
I don't know.
There's no way. You must have misclicked or something.
I didn't. Look, it says 8 p.m. right there.
Go back a little. Maybe we missed something.
Okay, let's go back.
She presses the button. 7:59. Here he is again.
Played at half speed.
Alright.
She plays the same part at half speed.
Unbelievable. 8 p.m. on a dot and poof.
Oh my.
She laughs nervously.
My brother's nuts. I can't believe he hacked the security camera.
I think I've heard this part already. Stop listening. Right. Some updates to the story. What are those? Riley. At 4:18 p.m. she arrives at the gas station to refuel the bike. Yeah. Anything else? No. And we need to spend some more minutes here.
Maybe the footage is...
Look, I'm telling you something strange.
Continue listening. I just need
Of
until
course your word.
to do that until
Don't
8:30.
give me
Stop listening. Yeah. And now let's call Ben.
Yeah, hello?
Ben sounds much slower than last time, like you've woken him from deep hibernation. Have a couple of questions about Anita.
Yeah, well, I got some more than a couple of answers, none of them good.
Something's wrong with this man, but what eludes you? Sounds like me after 42 articles and 0 hours of sleep in 3 days. I know, Cousin Calvin sounds exactly like what after his breakfast. Sounds like that after his breakfast of champions. Could he be dead drunk? Maybe I've woken him up from a very deep sleep. I think I'm gonna go with the first option. This mental dissolution is present, yes, but it's not quite that. It sounds wondrously wasted, so high on something that he's piercing the exosphere on his way into the void. It will be hard getting any useful info out of him while he's like this. Still, you have to try. The silence from the other side of the call is so long and so profound that you're sure Ben has completely forgotten he's even talking to you. The framing of this conversation is odd. In America, you typically pay for the gas first and then receive the amount of fuel you paid for if you pay in cash. Yeah, in Russia the same. First you pay, then you get the fuel. Otherwise, I mean, a lot of people, I think, would be cheating.
Let's keep this short, please.
Well, that was easier than expected. You didn't even have to assume a false identity. Why did you get divorced?
I think about that often.
Not right now, he says.
And the guessing answer is, I think I told her no one time too many. She never liked no's, you know.
From deep within, a weak, rasping sigh escapes him, barely rising before it falls apart. You feel as if every question hooks him from somewhere deep underwater and brings him back to the surface. Was she always so controlling?
That's my Nita. Yeah. The more problems there are, the tighter she grips. It's nice talking to you, but I would really like to get to sleep, you know?
Not in the best of places tonight, he says. Anita is super pissed off tonight. Do you know why?
Yeah, she's angry at me, like always. She wanted out, but she still wants to push me like she's in. And I don't want to dance to her song anymore. It's nice talking to you, but I would really like to get to sleep, you know?
Hope that's all. Is Anita pushing Robin to do her bidding?
Yeah, Nita's doing Nita things. Robin got my hard-headedness, so she's fine. It's nice talking to you, but I would really...
Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Okay. Line is dead, and you imagine Ben slinking back deep underwater. Not so fast, my man. Call Ben to learn the whereabouts of Anita's stuff. Thinking about it, better wait for a new loop before calling him again. That's so. Okay, fine. Drive south. Again, more south. Where will that bring me? To the rancho, where that lady gas station owner lives. Or where? I don't get why loading screens are that long here. And I wonder how much time we have left in the game. Like, we have been doing that, how much, for 4 hours, I think. 5? How many? Don't remember now. Quite a lot of hours. Yesterday, I can't recall. Yeah, almost 5 hours. And today 3, total 7, so some people have already completed this game by this point. Yeah, and also, what's happening to my subscribers on YouTube? It was like 3 days ago it was 241, then it was 240, then it was 241, and again it's 240. Someone just subscribes and unsubscribes all the time. Why would people do that? It's so disheartening, I must say. And apparently I've arrived at some new location, which I... It's the graveyard, cemetery. Oh. The road only goes back to max gas. Then the... What? In the distance you see the shape of max gas. The road only goes back to max gas, then the motel. I think they have a typo there. It has to be then with E there. And oh, a cemetery. Ooh. Ooh. That's where I had to spend my Halloween. Maynard Kay, the founder of Bothwood and Kay Cattle Empire. Your eyes instantly fall on the engraving Walter Philip K. May 16, 1941, with no date of death. This bronze sarcophagus has turned green with age and waiting to swallow Walter's body. It's prepared for the future. He's almost 90, still running away from home. Impressive, impressive. Okay then, suppose we can go check out other locations. I suppose that's where the lady will be, Riley. Cannot read what the text says there. I'll wait for her here. I'm sure she will arrive here later. I'm just positive she will, even under the rain. And this place? Oh, this one is bigger. Or no? No, not really bigger. Or is it? Yeah, it is. It is bigger. But I don't see anything of interest. Nothing interactable. So, like, I suppose we ought to wait here and wait until Riley arrives. we'll be just clicking on this one. Interaction 839. So she will come back, she will come here, I think, when the rain stops. Check available Wi-Fi connections. Phone struggles to find anything that even remotely resembles a signal. Should go to a more civilized area if you want to use the internet. I would like to skip time, but how do I? Maybe I can use my games until the loop. No, not until the loop ends. I want to wait until something happens. Well, how do I skip time here? I wonder. Talking to the grave all the time. Yeah, it's a possibility. Because apparently clicking many times changes the clock, right? So it's how many clicks do I have to make? There has to be a limit. Or those have to be different clicks. Looks like they have to be different clicks, so maybe I have to change locations. $8.40. Still $8.40. Yeah, this is not the best mechanic, I should say. Like, they must give the player more control over what's happening. 8:40. 7 more minutes. And I didn't check how much time it takes to get to the gas station. And okay, 8:41 again. The rain stops, so I think I will get Riley soon. 8:41. Hmm. 8:41. I'm sure she will come here eventually. Just, I need the time to pass, damn it. 8:42. Is she arriving? No. Or maybe time ticks. No, I think they told us specifically that time doesn't tick just because it can. It doesn't. Crows are very lore accurate at cemeteries. I like walking at the cemetery. It actually has some very special vibe. And yeah, there are lots of crows there. Always. Sometimes I want to take a photo, but I'm never sure whether it's actually a good idea to produce my camera, my DSLR camera. Phone camera is fine, but walking with a real camera around cemetery feels a bit impolite, or a lot impolite, I don't know. So, like, 1 more minute, I guess, we have to spend, and something will change. At least I'm hoping badly that it will, because I'm kind of tired of clicking. Yeah! Here you are. Here you are. I was right. Rue Valley Cemetery. Let's guess. I think she's going forward to that Yeah, to that grave that looked quite outstanding. Hey. I'm sure you're walking here. Right. And following a young woman through a graveyard in the middle of the night is a big scare. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, but I mean, hey, Riley, why wouldn't you talk to me? And why is there no observation, anything? Just why the game doesn't reward me for my troubles? Enough of this for now. And yeah, she just stands there. But what? We solved the case, I guess, about the cemetery. So,
Still with me, Mr. Harrow?
sorry, I just need to grab fresh air. Leave Rue Valley and drive like a maniac. Oh, yeah, sure. Car leaps forward like a frantic old mag, tires spitting in dust and gravel with disdain. As the speedometer soars, the landscape blurs into a homogeneous mass of red rocks and greasy shadows. The foolhardy tempo calls to mind another careless driver. It must be one of those Rue Valley things, pushing your luck even when you're fresh out of it. I don't care, I'll make it this time. Lingering on that thought certainly won't help. Every turn of the wheel flirts with disaster, pebbles ricocheting beneath the chassis, as if the road itself is daring you to lose control. Add an insult to injury, the phone buzzes incessantly, trying to yank you back onto the track. Toss the phone out of the window. Making sure that this will be the last time you hear from that guy. Continue. You knew there was no turning back. Your mind races ahead, running faster than a car ever could. Press the pedal as far as it goes. The lightning. Gripping the wheel, you are counting down to it, every second dragging longer than the last. You can almost feel the air tense up before the strike until... Once again, predicting the unpredictable, a superpower given to you and you alone. Left behind in the soaking desert road. I just want to go home, let out a tear, and keep driving. You bash to the desert as last droplets of rain on the windshield start to fade away. Then it hits you. This is the furthest you've been able to go. Inspiration gained, too. but time stops. Not because of the fiery sky and the end of the loop. Your internal clock says that you still have a couple of minutes before that happens. Stops because you are not in control anymore. In control of what? Well, take a guess. My life? Definitely, but there is one other thing. The car, you're not in control of this car anymore. Powered by inertia and the slippery asphalt, the vehicle acts on its own, swerving and sliding with astonishing choreography. Decisional check. Quickly but carefully do something to avoid the disaster. Failure. Of course, I mean, we always fail things in the game. You grab the wheel and manage to straighten the car, but the inertia is still there, pushing you straight to the curved road and into the abyss. Turn. No. Brake. Or maybe both. Caught between speed and shock, your hesitation leads you too close to the guardrails. A jarring impact sends the car spiraling down the cliff.
Still with me, Mr. Harrow?
His voice cuts through like a lifeline, but just as the comfort of his words wraps around you, it twists and morphs into a jarring, clanging noise. It yanks you back to reality as the remnants of cliff rock debris drum against the car's shell with relentless enthusiasm. Through a dense fog of pain, your nerves frantically fire, desperately trying to wake up your unresponsive body. Take a deep breath. You try to breathe, but even a shallow breath feels like inhaling shards of glass. Punctured lungs. It's your body's way of making something as boring as breathing into an extreme sport. Every inhale feels shallow and heavy, but the air simply refuses to cooperate. Unable to scream, cannot sing. Continue. Try to move. I'm surprised the main character didn't try dying earlier, to be honest. Well, I'm not sure if I was stuck in a time loop. I don't think I would try before I've reached my 100. Or, no, not 100. I don't know, I think I would wait for many days. Because you have to be sure, because what if you die and the loop ends with you? And that's it. So I think if it happened to me by chance, it's one thing, but intentionally, time loop is quite precious to waste it. Right, attempt to move your fingers. Every movement sends a jolt of agony, a grim reminder that somehow you're still alive, but your arm is still messed up. There is a pale bone sticking out of blood-stained flesh. Broken arm. Unable to pick up items, can't play guitar. Stay silent, I guess. Sometimes it's the only thing you can do. Better not to move at all. Better. Produce a sound, any sound. With charcoal lipstick on your lips, you try to break the silence. Help. You try to speak, but the sharp tang of blood fills your mouth. Your teeth, or what's left of them, are swimming freely around your butchered tongue. Well, it sounds horrible. Unable to communicate fluently, can't consume non-liquid food. This is not good. You're right about that. Stay silent. Play it safe. Just lie down and do nothing. Probably the best choice in this case. But what's that noise? Focus on the noise. But from nowhere and everywhere, you hear a rhythmic beating. It's my heartbeat. Yeah, and then you feel it. The warmth of liquid pumped by your heart soaking almost every part of your torn clothes. A lot of liquid. Severe bleeding. Steam achievement. Survive the failed escape plan, whether your body likes it or not. Through half-closed, tear-filled eyes, you sense the orange haze rising, the ground trembling under you. It's happening again. I get that, but this guy doesn't seem to be using the time loop properly anyways, and having a very strong mental state to begin with. Absolutely, I agree with that. Agree with that. Like before you feel your body is back into its good old middle-aged state. You really what? You really went all in this time. And I don't have any more status effects.
Still with me, Mr. Harrow?
I have a question. If someone has an overwhelming need to control everything, what could be behind it? He raises a bushy eyebrow.
I'm sorry. Whom exactly are we talking about here?
An acquaintance of mine.
And this acquaintance is important. Why?
Answer me first, and we'll return the I'll return the favor. Fair enough?
Fair enough. There could be many reasons why someone develops an intense need to control others and their surroundings. More often than not, it stems from an experience of helplessness or deep uncertainty, usually rooted in childhood. Those experiences might have been triggered by traumatic events or events perceived as traumatic, without anyone there to provide comfort or safety.
I can't decide which is worse, the uncertainty or the sheer helplessness.
Understandable. Both are hard to deal with, particularly when they come together. Those experiences can lead a person to develop an intense need to control their environment, trying to ensure that they never have to feel helpless or uncertain again. As a child, they cling to routines, to what's familiar and predictable. Later in life, that need can grow into micromanaging, or worse, outright intrusion into the lives of those around them. With time, and often through therapy, such a person can learn to strike a balance between their need for control and the unpredictable nature of the world around them. I hope that satisfied your curiosity. Now be so kind as to satisfy mine. Why did you ask me that?
I ran into someone like that recently and I just wanted to understand her better.
I understand that. If needed, we'll revisit this topic next time then.
Of course.
Of course.
He glances at the clock as always.
All right then. That's it for today. You should go and check in at the office.
Yeah. Let's go. As you leave the doctor's office and the same sight hits you once again, you struggle with the fact that the loop seems to be infinite. Oh. It's no use I give up. No, I hate this place. I just want to live. But you can't live no matter where you go. You'll be tossed back here as soon as the clock hits 8:47 p.m. Right, but I still hate this place. Seems that you will stay here for a long time. This attitude won't help much. Place sucks. Shut up. Suit yourself. Became obsessed. Rue Valley what? Rue Valley what? Sucks. All the energy you put into your pathetic attempt to escape has transformed into pure hatred toward Rue Valley. You can't escape, but you're sure of the one thing. This place sucks. And so what? Hey, I want my point back. I mean, I completed the mission. Where's my... Hey. Okay, I'm gonna load. Through my observations... Ah, that was the save. After that happened. Whoa, and I saved so long ago. Okay, I'm now obsessed and I lost my...
Spit it out already!
I lost my permanent willpower point. From my observations of others, this controlling behavior just makes things worse for them as their control continues. I'm not sure about the last part. And I think I can call myself control freak actually. So let's commit to the to the harder attempt to open Frank's room. There has to be something in the keycard system manual. You just have to approach it differently. Let's give it another try. As the control is continuously
Escalate to customer engagement.
subverted.
What does that even... All right, fine. Transfer away. Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, it's an unpleasant thing when you are a control freak like me. But I sure like it more than what it used to be, when there was very little control over things. Yeah.
Oh, hello, Mr. Harrow. How are you? Are you ready to check in?
I'm ready to check in, yes. Oh, are these parts deserted or something? There is no traffic and hardly any people.
The place has literally never been more alive. You should have seen it like 10 years ago. A total ghost town.
This is my obsession speaking,
I
right?
mean, I could walk all the way down the main street of Bothwood in the middle of the day and see maybe 2 people, tops.
Nice and calm.
You know it was. There was a certain magic in seeing all those abandoned houses and no one around. I used to sneak into them, go through the things that were left behind, or imagine what it would be like to live there. But even that, I did alone. And the loneliness kind of gnaws at you. Slowly.
Until it gets you. She makes a silly face to show how it feels when it finally gets you.
I mean, when there's like 8 kids in your class, you don't get to choose who you hang out with. And it makes cheating on exams impossible, let me tell you.
She laughs.
Yeah, wasn't easy growing up in the valley. All that changed when Coral Destiny came here. It was like our ghost town was being raised from the dead by the magic of space money. Anyhow, Bothwood is still a small town, with a small town mentality. Most young people still leave as soon as they can.
Why?
Besides, more jobs, more stuff to see and do, no neighbors listening to your parents screaming at each other and generally sticking their noses into your life. None, I guess. But listen to me ramble on and on and on. Can I actually help you with something?
I'm ready to check in, yeah.
Oh, so, number 6. The last one on the 2nd floor. Everything is ready for you. And this is your key card.
Believe it or not, I'm kind of an electronic locks enthusiast.
Really? Oh, so that's why you didn't even flinch when you got a key card instead of an old-fashioned key, huh? As a fellow electro-lock connoisseur, you can probably guess why we ditched the old locks.
There are plenty of reasons.
So, you probably already saw what we have on Dr. Fink's store. What do you think?
Now it's time to impress you with your hard-earned knowledge, huh? I'm probably the opposite of control freak, that is rather pathetic, which is also not a great way to live, but I'm confident in the fact that the chaos of the world will stay chaotic, regardless of my actions or will. You know, there is, I think, a philosophical approach that says that the point of life, one of the reasons of life, meanings of life, is to transform chaos into order, and that's what we humans do. I had this unpleasant conversation, for me unpleasant, with my ex-best friend, the composer. You know, last years I've become very articulate. I'm trying to become very articulate, explain everything I feel, trying to understand what other people feel, trying to articulate my thoughts, and if I cannot, I try to figure out why. I try to reflect a lot, do self-analysis. When I talk to him, sometimes I feel that he is moving in the opposite direction. He doesn't want to explain, he doesn't want to talk about the beefs we've had. And our last meeting in October, I think it was, he literally said, he quoted some person, some scientist or philosopher, like, I'll never I'll never let anyone touch my chaos inside or something like that. Like, the chaos inside his head, I think he meant, belonged only to him, and he didn't want to articulate that much. He didn't want to explain himself, he didn't want to have these conversations where we tried to bridge, where we tried to cut the gap between us, and that was quite a painful thing, painful discovery, because at some point we were reaching a lot of convergence, a lot of synergy, but at some point the movement turned around and we started to gain distance from each other, and looks like he enjoys his philosophical view now that chaos inside must not be explained, and I stick to the paradigm that the chaos inside must be explained at all costs if we are to remain the civilization we are supposed to be. So I think that's where my control manifests a lot. Yeah. Right, looks like you're using SecureLock 2.0. Gotta say the access card V6 sleek aluminum-like design is much more professional looking professional looking than the V5 that you're using. Detect Sense 2100 multi for the keycard reader, aside from the maintenance headaches, is a solid choice. I guess you connected the Intruder's Alert Pro to the local police office, right? The power grid looks like pretty outdated around here. Sure, it's up to the QMS 1100. Let's go with the fifth one.
Oh, definitely. It might look a bit worn, but it's all certified.
She still seems a bit surprised you actually know what you're talking about. Your eyebrows lift and there is a hint of curiosity behind the gesture. The third option now. Solid choice.
Oh, don't get me started. Every so often I've got to go around cleaning them with an alcohol solution because there's always that one guest who presses their finger on it instead of their card.
So I guess you don't use strobe lights here often?
Nope, no risk of sensor override here.
Your eyes lit up more and more with each question. Turns out she loves this stuff. What about the police?
I tried, but Deputy Sheriff Cody is a bit slow with technology, so I'm not sure it's hooked up correctly. Luckily, we haven't had any real emergencies that needed him, yet.
She's fully engaged, leaning in with that spark of excitement. You're almost there, you can feel it. Okay, I gotta say the access card V6's sleek aluminum-like design is much more professional looking than the V5 that you're using.
True, no doubt. But I've read that the aluminum-like material they are using is prone to micro-scratching when exposed to dust particles, and we've got plenty of dust around here. So, we went with the good old plastic.
Alright, here's one for a true electronic electrolock connoisseur. What version of the master key card are you using?
I'm not sure, honestly. Didn't even know there were different versions. It's probably just the default one that came with the locks. I didn't see anything about it in the manual. Any idea how to check?
Sure, just show me the key card and I'll tell you.
Oh, alright. Let me grab it.
She reaches for the drawer, opens it, and slides her hand in without even looking.
Oh, it's not here.
She closes the drawer and puts her hand in her back pocket, then looks at you again.
Well, it looks like I kinda lost the master key card somewhere.
Is there another master key card, like a spare?
Well, yes, my father has it. But I need to find mine, hopefully before he comes back.
Do you mean it's lost, like it slipped out of your pocket, or did someone steal it?
Oh, lost, which is the good news. I think the last time I used it was to unlock your room before your session when I brought in your suitcase. And since you still haven't checked in, I'll use your keycard to get inside and find the master keycard.
That's great.
Oh, no, wait! I did visit Mr. Burns' room after that. I'll just go and ask him if the master keycard is there. Be right back, Mr. Harrow. back with the master key card. It was right there on Mr. Burns's nightstand.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now are you gonna tell me everything about the different versions of the master key card and which one this is?
Alright, let me get into it. Oh, here's Mr. Burns. And
Are you ready to check in now, Mr. Harrow?
no, I'm not sure. So what is the drill? So the receptionist confessed she lost the master key card in the room of another guest, Mr. Burns. You should try to get it from him, but since she's already taken it from him, you'll have to wait for the loop to reset first. Uh-huh. That's how it's gonna be done. I take a similar approach to you, and I don't think of it as control. In the sense, explain the order you seek is on of organization or recognition of a pre-existent order, whereas your friend is likely incapable and willing to recognize said order. Observation is that regardless of the order recognized, it exists outside of my or others' will. Order will organize itself because that's what order does. Chaos will tear it apart because that's what chaos does. The point of human will in this game, this one, is to accept truth. I would just say that, in my opinion, cosmos-wise, there is too much chaos currently. And we humans are swimming in that chaos, and I don't like it. I don't like that I don't understand my body. I don't like that I don't understand my brain, other people, a lot of things in the world, and so everything feels much chaotic to me. And I wouldn't mind having much more order, healthy order, understanding, organization, discipline, approach, method, strategy, vision, because I don't want to relinquish chaos either, because chaos makes life beautiful, like randomness. I mean, that is if we look at the world from the perspective of indeterminism, like if things are actually random and not predetermined, then there is definitely supreme beauty about that events happen, life changes, it's beautiful. You just observe, you contemplate, and it's quite a sight. But so many things can destabilize the picture that I would rather have it in control. Take the key card system manual out of the box again. Manual pages are as crisp and white as the first time you open it. It looks mundane, but you can feel the answer lurking somewhere in here, just waiting for you to dig it out. I was too eager to grasp everything at once the first time. You got tangled in cross-references, footnotes, and the glossary, losing sight of the bigger picture. You overlooked the manual's flow. Perhaps I should read it all the way through, from beginning to end, just as the writers intended. You should, and don't worry if you don't understand it at first. Just read it. Designed with cross-compatibility in mind, the system can adapt to various operational environments, provided the keycard firmware is upgraded to match the version specified in Table 4.2. However, unregulated firmware could lead to cascading failures in the access control hierarchy. The answer isn't in the words, but in the space between them. Emergency protocols must be programmed into the system's firmware to activate redundant failed safes during power surges, but these protocols must be tailored to the operational context, as improper configuration could result in the system defaulting to an unlocked state during high-priority events. The truth is a melody echoing softly beneath the surface of these dense pages. The Intruder Alert Pro, which integrates with law enforcement systems, should be configured with delay parameters to prevent false alarms. However, over-adjusting these settings can increase the risk of a delayed response during actual breaches, which could result in unauthorized access remaining undetected for extended periods. Every convoluted phrase is a step along a winding path. I must trust the journey. 37 minutes. In accordance with the QMS 1100 standard, an embedded emergency feature facilitates the automatic disengagement of the locking mechanism during power failures, ensuring a return to its initial operational state upon restoration of power, thereby maintaining systemic integrity. Answers are stars hidden in the fog. I must wait for the clouds to part. See, there was a power outage. Not sure why he didn't get it. Well, the clouds just parted. The automatic disengagement of the locking mechanism during power failures just happened, as well as the return to its initial operational state upon restoration of power during power failures. That's right. Power failure will cause the lock to reset. It's built to unlock in emergencies. I don't need to break in. The system itself will let me in. Lightning will unlock the door. Simply put, yes. Enter Frank's room. After becoming one with the manual, he discovered that the doors are supposed to be automatically unlocked during power outages, like the one that happened just after the loudest thunder. You could wait for it to happen in front of Frank's door and try to enter. Or, I guess I can ask the neighbor to give me the master key as an alternative. Wait until the loudest thunderclap causes a blackout. Well, it's 8:39 p.m. You missed the thunder in the sloop. The door stays locked. Well, that's understandable. That's understandable. Chaos and order are two things that cannot exist without the other. I cannot say this with certainty, but it seems that the suppression of one in favor of the other tends to cause a flare-up of the one being suppressed, and thus I choose to take minimal action in favor of one over the other, simply seeking to observe the relation and have my actions be of the least affront to either. Let's take it to the empiric level. So you wash the dishes, put them back into the cupboard. You have just eliminated a piece of chaos. Have you increased its amount at the same time? Following your logic. I'm not trying to argue here, I'm just wondering how you would interpret that from your perspective. Oh, and I can call Ben. I'll introduce myself as Anita's lawyer. Anita's assistant should suffice. Friendly call from Anita's new boyfriend. Smart. That way you don't have to pretend to be Travis. The phone rings once, twice, and then again. Each pause between the rings chips away at your hope that anyone will pick up, but then finally the call connects.
Hello?
His voice drifts through the line, hazy and focused. Good evening, Mr. Fleming, I presume. I'm John Harrowy, your ex-wife's new boyfriend.
New? What happened to Travis? He finally had enough? Probably burned out like the rest of us. Welcome aboard. There's a crash course in surviving Anita, but I lost it somewhere. Hope you find it.
I'm really sorry to hear you're losing the motel. It feels almost like I'm losing it too.
Thanks, I guess.
Silence falls, weighted and uncomfortable, punctuated only by the sound of him clearing his throat, stalling, maybe, or just trying to find the right words.
Where's this coming from? I mean, yeah, it's possible. Actually, let's call it probable. Very probable.
Anita told me some of your items are still there. I've come to collect them.
Her items? You mean this stuff in the box is what she left behind? It's in the lost and found room. Should be a yellow box with blue markings.
For next husband, you're surprisingly helpful. Kudos. Backhanded compliment if there ever was one. Whether it lands as intended, well, that's anyone's guess. So we can go to the room and check her stuff. Blue stripes and blah blah blah. Yeah, but in return the dishes will be made dirty once again. So rather than stressing about the eternal dirtiness of the dishes, I accept the fact that they'll be dirty and continue repeating the process. Now that's where you come from. Like that the cycle perpetuates. Yeah, I was analyzing it at the moment, frozen in time, but you are taking the temporal aspect, like it's a temporary order which will be demolished by chaos ever again. Yeah, I see. Example or exempt of the pursuit of order. Example of the pursuit of order favoring the rise of chaos would be abandoning the use of your clean dishes instead using disposable dishes, which will cause a pile of trash. Wow, we are going quite far with our mental experiment. Nice. Example of the pursuit of order chaos would be conditions. You know, Nicholas, I like it. You really made it a very nice intellectual picture with dishes. Like you use them, you wash them, they get dirty because you use them, you wash them again, and so balance maintains. While if you are trying to hack the system by cheating with plastic dishes, you are only increasing chaos, even though you thought you were pursuing order by that. Interesting. Yeah, I like it. I think our dialogue deserves a parallel to what Greek philosophers used to have. Yes. But I also want to say that I think I'm leaning towards order now because I've had, as I said, a lot of chaos in myself throughout my life, and I feel that I'm kind of like, I think it was Nietzsche who said that the civilization is but a crust over a raging ocean of chaos. And I feel that I want to contain the chaotic forces, and I'm very emotional, I'm very impulsive, I'm very intuition driven, and I don't always like it. I often dislike it, and yeah, I try to rationalize myself, and it's a long and difficult battle. And it's important for me to get better. So I think I'm trying to balance myself actually to reach this equilibrium between the chaotic forces and the orderly forces inside. Find Anita's old stuff. Look for a yellow box with blue markings. There is a whole mass of things here. It's gonna take a while to sift through them all, even though you know exactly what you're looking for. With a bit of rummaging, you spot the box Ben mentioned, but inside there are 3 smaller ones, a cylindrical one, a green one, and a plastic one. Green box. Inside the box, you come across a stack of old books of entrepreneurship and starting your own business. Serious classics, and the people swear by. Serious classics, the kind people swear by, the kind that promise to change your life if you let them. She did her homework, no doubt about that. The pages are scarred with underlines, ravaged by fervent need to understand, to conquer every inch of that knowledge. Okay, the plastic box. Shoes, all kinds, classy for work, high heels, low heels, no heels, comfortable ones, torturous ones, anything you can imagine and then some. That's a lot of shoes. What about her hat stash? If it's anything like this, she probably needs a warehouse just to store her legacy of fabric, brims, and flair. Maybe that's why her business is not doing well. She spent a fortune on her clothes. Explore the contents of the cylindrical box. Something like jewelry? There's a pile of notebooks. No, all dated from the 1990s, but the writing's a chaotic mess. Every page, it seems, is covered in sketches and doodles, tangled up in half-finished thoughts. It's raw, frantic. It looks like this was from the time when Anita was unhinged. A different side of her, the one she's been hiding from you all along. It adds up. Flip through the notebooks. You do your best to sift through the jumble of barely legible text. It's a disordered mix of thoughts, ideas, and dreams all thrown together, impossible to follow like a tangled thread. Every now and then certain words or phrases jump out, screaming for attention amidst the chaos. Read the passage where the word hope is repeated. Some words are unreadable, but you manage to piece enough together. Hope. The word sticks in, throat like a splinter. Hope. It's good, too. You're through. Hope, 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 like a record that won't stop. Hope is trickster, a liar, it gives then rips away. I hate it. Wow, she was in a really dark place. Like you would have done any better if you were in her shoes. Which ones, by the way? Examine the pages with Ben's name. It's all over the place. His name is scrawled everywhere, like she was trying to exorcise him or summon him back. On one page, his name is in the heart, retraced in an ink over and over until the lines bled together. On another, it struck through so many times that the page tore. And then there is the page where his name is written again and again, no spaces, just relentless chain of letters. Like she couldn't stop, like she had to get out all of it until there was nothing left. Almost like a mantra. Maybe he was a lighthouse, bright, guiding it, blinding, just as much as a beacon as he was in the fog that swallowed it. A place of safety, sure, but also a place you'd run from when the light got too harsh. Look at the passage that was titled Not Alone. This one looks organized, stripped down, almost clinical, like it's been transcribed from somewhere else. Not alone. That's what we want you to understand. You might feel like the world has left you behind. It's okay if all you feel is anger, sadness, or nothing at all. But you know this. There are hands that will hold you, voices that will speak when you can't, shoulders that will carry you when your strength is gone. You are not alone, not here, not now. You might not believe it yet, but we are here, and we are not going anywhere. Together, we keep turning right. Sounds supportive, but I would hate having to rely on somebody else. Always alone, always self-reliant, and look where that got you. The drawings alongside the text are strange, are a strange mix. I hate that they don't put spaces between the words with dash. hollow, despairing faces and sounds that beam across entire pages. Like, what was punctuation for? Like, punctuation mark, space, punctuation mark, space. In one of the notebooks, 2 calendars from 1997 and 1998 are taped to the center. Most of the days are crossed out like someone was counting down to something. Birthday? Whatever she was counting it as in 1998, the writing stops there too. I wonder what else is there. As you sift through the contents of the box, you uncover an old VHS camera tucked away in a clear plastic case. Examine what else in the plastic case. Aside from the bag and other camera accessories, there is an unopened battery, brand new, untouched, like someone bought it but never got the chance to use it. Inspect the camera. The camera itself looks worn but still in good condition. The tape's still inside. There's no battery. Unpack the battery and insert it into the camera. The battery fits perfectly and the camera has the juice now. Turn it on. The screen flickers to life, starting with the company logo. Then it jumps to a list of videos, each one creatively labeled as video, followed by a number. The titles offer no clues to the content. Only one way to find out what's inside. Press the play button. Before we do that, let's read the message. Order is certainly more safe than chaos, so I don't fault its pursuit. But I think a rigid adherence over a period rarely leads to where you expect. There's multiple schools of grammar, even just in the US, so proper punctuation is more a matter of preference than anything. What they do is considered correct by some. Yeah, I mean, I know there is this Oxford comma, and punctuation is a mess in English generally. Just, you see that when I'm reading this, I actually often think that it's not a dash, but that's a hyphen, and I read it as a long compound adjective or noun, and it's just plain confusing. Punctuation was created to help the reader, and this dash does not help me. And I think it's a very bad way to put punctuation marks this way. So the screen goes live with a close-up of Anita, like she's holding the camera pointed at herself. Why are you not showing the recording? She looks young, way younger than today, but her face is pale, tired, like sleep has been avoiding her for years. The date in the corner reads the 9th of March, 1996. Is she happy tired or just tired? Hard to say. It looks and feels like the kind of tiredness sleep won't fix. The camera turns and in sails a man. He looks older, worn down, like a train that was hit by another train and then pushed into a river. What? Ash gray face, dark circles carved beneath his eyes, lips scorched and cracked. He looks sick, really sick. Wow, party life hit him hard. Did. You've never taken it that far. Again, I want to say you've never taken it that far end now, but it's a dash. And it's as short as a hyphen. The font is quite huge, so to understand that it's a dash, I need to really take a mental effort. You've never taken it that far, and now seeing this, you're glad you didn't. Suddenly, Anita's voice cuts the silence from behind the camera. I agree with you, but many annoying English majors would be unable to resist the urge to tell you're wrong for feeling that way. I mean, it's easily testable. They just sit down and read the text, and I'm gonna watch closely that they don't make any mistake there. Semicolons. Yeah, I love semicolons, by the way. They are so rare, but I love them. Oh, now we have her picture, but not her voice. Perfect. Ban, look what I bought. The camera moves closer. His face fills the shot and is even worse up close. The grainy footage makes it all feel like a cheap horror flick. His eyes are filled with nothing but desperation. He reaches out, hand brushing the camera before the picture jostles, shakes, and cuts to black. Wait. It was 1996, it said. And now it's 2027. So 30 years have passed. What the hell happened to that guy? Who knows? Whatever it was, it's on the film. And I'll have to read all that? I already wanted to wrap up. The small screen and low resolution barely let you see all the details, but after a few moments you realize it's the wedding recording. The camera focuses on the bride and groom at the table. They look familiar, younger and with big smiles on their faces. And then it hits you. The couple are Anita and Ben. The date at the bottom of the screen reads the 6th of September 1999. Continue watching the tape. The cameraman moves through the banquet hall, weaving between guests trying to capture the atmosphere and the people gathered there. The recording shifts to the entrance of the hall where the camera catches a group of teenagers talking, laughing, and playfully showing each other around. It's hard to tell them apart at first because the camera zooms in and out. One is dressed for the occasion, while the other two are in plain clothes still. They all seem to be having a good time. Let the film roll for a while. Suddenly, shouting erupts and the camera swings to an obviously drunk man stumbling toward the teenagers from outside. The well-dressed kid walks to the man and tries to calm him down. Mr. K, please, they did nothing wrong. Maxine, Alexander, get out of here. You don't belong with this lot, not her. The two of them bolt, leaving the well-dressed kid behind. Walter snarls at him. Yeah, Anderson boy, stay away from Maggie. You Atlantis scum. The frame quickly swings back to the hall like the cameraman is pretending none of it ever happened. Looks like Max and Alex were raised with a strict no fun allowed policy. Seems like it. The way he acted toward them, it wasn't just about the wedding. He was angry because of that well-dressed kid. I don't think you're nearing the end. From the guides, not really certain how this game actually ends. Yeah, I'm not finishing today, definitely. Fast forward a little bit. Anita and Ben are back in the frame, sitting and talking to each other. The cameraman is clear far away as he zoomed in to the max. So you can't hear their voices. Still, by her smile and the way she touches Ben's cheek, it's clear that both are happy beyond words. He kisses her on the forehead and hugs her affectionately. This Anita appears so different from the one you've met, moody and quick to get into an argument. People change, I guess. She changed so much that it's nearly impossible to grasp who she was or who she is now. Why isn't there any option to stop this? No, I know myself I will be extremely gosh, it was so long ago. Can I save here? No. Yes, this is where we'll stop. New save, chaos and order. Commemorating our conversation with you, Nicholas. And that's it. It's just, I don't want to continue because I'm quite tired and really, it's really hard to read now. Like, I've had lessons today. I had a running session for 12 kilometers. I have many lessons tomorrow. I have to get ready for them before I go to sleep. And you hear that my voice already cracks. So, not good. And I'm becoming annoyed by the game that it really defaults on its obligations. It really kind of fails, like where it can totally give you a voice actor, it doesn't. You have to read a lot of voice lines that are voiced by the voice actor, but sorry, you have a lot of voice lines that are voiced, but from the same character, suddenly some lines are not voiced. And there are a lot of them, and they're still important. So I paid money for the game, and so where the hell is the job done? That's one thing. I mean, I understand. Again, Disco Elysium was fully voiced only after the game was sold successfully and many times, but I think they should have tried harder. Not too much text here. I mean, and that's another thing. Way too much text at the same time, which could have been avoided by, I don't know, not recording, of course, but making videos, like showing things, more pictures, more illustrations, more anything. And I mean, if this writing was something extraordinary, something breathtaking, yeah, okay, but it's not. It's just casual drama, like nothing special so far. And so I'm not blown away. I'm kind of enjoying the story more or less. I like the atmosphere, the style, the visuals. Voice acting is decent, and I like psychology, so this psychotherapy thing is interesting. But I mean, okay, I'm not gonna make some final conclusions yet because we have to make them at the end of the game. Yeah, but so far, if things get in the same, I mean, if things proceed in the same direction, my final assessment will be low. Actually, yeah. For a narrative-driven game, it should be better. Great Night, the game is certainly too dense in text. Maybe one day someone will make a mod using AI voice to voice it. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, actually they could have used AI. Who stopped them? Like, if you don't have enough money to pay for the voice actors, well, there's AI. Yeah, so thanks to everyone who's been watching, listening. Nicholas, to you, huge thank you, of course, for the conversation, for the philosophical exchange we've had. It was very, very enjoyable. Just realized my download for Disco Elysium is finished, so hopefully by next stream I'll be able to give a preliminary. Yes, you do try. I'm okay, I don't want to say that I'm sure, but probably you will enjoy it, because it's actually, this Rue Valley is nowhere close to Disco Elysium. Nowhere close. Nothing is close. Maybe Planescape Torment, but they're different settings. So, yeah, that's it. So, thanks to everyone again. My regards to those who will see the recording. Sorry for some little negativity about the game. It's just, well, I feel grumpy a bit about it, so I think I have my right to complain. But we shall continue, and I'm counting on my my possibility to stream tomorrow after my lessons. I hope I can manage. If not, definitely on Saturday. So stay tuned. Nicholas, you have a beautiful day. Thanks again. Take care and cheers.